Good evening, everybody. Sorry for the late start. My son turned 4 years old today, and so we were out taking care of that birthday party for him, and then, of course, getting home late, getting everything situated and running. Took a little extra time as well, so I think we'll have other people joining in later on this evening, but right now we have, looks like we got Barry.
Where?
And of course, Keith.
Good evening.
All right, how's everybody doing?
We're doing all right, I think. I'm up, I'm awake, I'm breathing, so I guess I can't complain.
Well, sure you can.
Well, I can, but it's kind of pointless. Nobody gives a crap, so.
True.
Very good. I don't know. What's going on? Anything new? Anything interesting?
I'm starting to get jealous of all the people posting their Facebook pictures from Essen, Germany right now. But
yeah, I just stopped following all of those.
You just unfollow. I've been watching our friend Aldi as he travels Europe and then is the fair.
Well, Aldi is bringing me stuff home, so I can't unfollow him. So. Yeah, well, hey, that's pretty cool that he's doing that for me. So
that is pretty cool that he's doing that for you.
Yeah. It sounds like he's going to make me wait until I get to BGG Con before I get my stuff, but...
Oh, then the rest of us will be able to get it there too then. So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Just, like, knock me down as I'm getting my stack of games, I suppose. But no, that means I'll be able to play those while we're there, and that'll be awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff from Essen at BGG Con. I think that's one of the strengths of the convention. Since it's your first time, you haven't seen it, so... I mean, Aldi's got his library, which is just beyond huge, and he's got the new Essen games in that you can check out and go play in the main hall. But then they have the hot games room, as it's called, which is kind of like this dank, musty, like, I don't know, kill room area. That's like a weird part of the hotel that looks like it's usually used for storage, and that's where they had the hot game room set up. And it was full of all the new releases from Essen last year with tables. A lot of them run by the publishers themselves. So, like Fields of Arle was there last year, and Deus, and Alchemists, etc. were in the hot games room last year at BGE Con.
I gotcha. So, Barry, is there any chance you'll actually
get there? It's a good chance. I'm still waiting on a check. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I know there's people that I think there was still a couple people that were like, willing to. I think they're giving up their spots or whatever. So I mean, I don't know. Just it'd be cool if you were there, man.
Well, like I said, there's a good chance. This should be any week, any day that this check comes, and then, I think I'll have enough breathing room to, get a flight and all that. So, like I said, there's a good chance.
Very cool. So, what's the, if you had to pick a couple of games at Essen that are really intriguing you, what would they be?
Go for it, Barry.
I'm trying to think. I just did something for Robin with this. Started thinking the names of them. There's a submarine game. The
Above and Below? No, not Above and Below. That's
What Lies Beneath?
No. What? No, it's like something like Run Deep or something. Or I know which one you're talking about too, and I can't think of the name. From I can picture the game in my head. But dang it, we're really up to date on this. We're really.
We sound like informed, intelligent experts in the game.
I'm glad people turn to us for their. I'm
going to see if the people in the chat are telling us the name of the game, since we don't know.
Yeah, what is that game again? It's like it is something. It isn't like Run Silent, Run Deep. It's something along those lines. It's kind of like it has a vaguely suggestive name.
Yeah. I can't remember. But yeah, that one seems interesting. And there's also one called The Producers. It's an Italian game, but I don't know if it'll be in English. Like, it'll come over here in English. I know they had so many Essen in English. And that one was about basically like starting their own Hollywood studio in the Depression era. That one kind of seemed interesting to me.
Why?
My wife likes that. She watches all them old movies and all that. And,
Why?
Because she's old. I don't know.
Old? How old is your wife?
She's older than me, and I'm sure she doesn't want me to tell you on TV. You know.
How old are you?
I'm 37.
Well, see.
Wow, you're younger than that me, by a lot.
Yeah. But
Why do you seem like you're 60?
cause I had a paper route in Bosnia in the 80s.
Cause you what?
He
I
said
had
he
a
had a-
rough life. I said I had a paper route in Bosnia in the 80s.
Paper route in Bosnia. A paper route, first of all, not a route. A route.
Barry Reynolds, 37, going on 75.
Yes. Never
Barry-
herniate 2 discs in your back. It does a lot of damage to you.
I'm going to be 44 on Saturday, so I've got you by quite a bit.
I'm 44 in December. No, 43, 44 in December, I think. You know you're old and you can't remember how old you're.
What year were you born, Lance?
Yes.
I can remember that, but yeah, it's 44. It's 44.
Yeah, you're my brother's age. Yeah.
1971, same year Disney World opened.
Mm.
But yeah, there you go. Well, I guess Keith, what about you? Is there a game you're looking forward to, or
I don't know if there's any games I
something?
have to have. There's a couple games I want to check out. There's some expansions I definitely want. Like I like Mad King Ludwig, and I'd like to get that expansion. I want the Flick 'em Up Stallion Canyon expansion, and I'd like the Roll for the Galaxy expansion. But
that's all stuff. I mean, you can wait though, right?
yeah, I can wait. I don't need it right
Yeah.
this second. I'm not seeing anything I need. Like I want to play Dice City because it looks kind of cool. I want to try the Prodigals Club or whatever that one's called.
Yeah, probably
from Czech Games.
actually looks pretty cool to me. I mean, it's in that same vein as Last Will, and Last Will I think is one of the, let's put it this way: if Last Will was a game that had come out like 5 years ago, I mean, people would be going crazy about it.
Yeah.
But because it's just in the glut of Euros, it's just like,
And the Prodigals is kind of cool because it's a standalone game. It's the same theme, if you will. It's rich kids trying to get rid of stuff to piss their parents off, basically. And you can combine. There's a game mode where you can actually mix it with Last Will as well, which just increases the value of my Last Will in some ways that I have. So, other than that, I can't think of any games I have to have coming out of Essen right now. So, I mean, there's probably plenty of great games, and we'll see what comes out of it. This year, I'll just be looking forward to trying stuff once it hits at BGG-Con. But, like, I'm wanting to catch Time Stories at BGG-Con because it's, from what we said, it's pretty much a playthrough game. That's a perfect convention game. I sit down and play it and don't have to buy it.
well, yeah, but I mean, wouldn't you, if you really like it, you're gonna want to like get it so you can have the next one,
Well, then I'll get it once the next one's available if I really, really liked it.
When Rebecca, my wife, and I played that one at Gen Con, she really liked it. So I think I'm gonna have to get it so she and I can play out the story and see what happens. Whatever, please. My wife is 15 years younger than I am, so I still do what she says.
And
man.
I think she's cooler, too, because I met her. So, yeah.
Yeah. See,
They
Barry,
come
if you
on
go.
scene. That's what it is. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, like I said, it has it has a slightly suggestive title, if mentioned in the wrong. Back when I worked at Take-Two Video, and I had to do the adult video purchase order once every 2 or 3 months, that would be like, they come and seen Volume 4. Okay, it's like.
I can't hear adult video orders without thinking of the scene in Clerks. That just
Oh yeah, that really wasn't far off from the truth, honestly. Not to once again one of my little stories, but we had the infamous back room at Take-Two Video, and it was like our back room was probably maybe a 10-foot square. And it had not one but two swinging doors that led to it, and they kind of like a little like
So you
turn.
feel like you're in a saloon?
Well, no, and the reason why they had the swinging doors was, and they were purposely like rusty and squeaky, just so
you
we'd
knew
hear
when somebody
people.
was back there.
Well, yeah, so you'd hear when somebody was sneaking back there, and it would just be like, and then the thing is, we also had a video camera for that area, just because people would try to steal them all the time. And but here's the thing. So like back when, this is 90s. So back when like videos came out, our the guy who owned the video store, he was he was a very good businessman. He was also very unscrupulous as well. He was the guy that would, like, when a new game system would get released, he would go and he would get all of his managers, and they would drive to each and every store when it opened and like buy up all of the game systems, and so he could rent them.
Nice.
And so basically, like, nobody could get a hold of like a Nintendo 64. And he would just have all the Nintendo 64s, and then like after you rented it, he'd offer to let you buy it for like $100 over the price or whatever, so people would like get it. He was just that kind of thing. Any way he could squeeze money out of the society, he would find a way. But so one of the things he did all the time, and people really like this, is that you'd rent like a brand new release, like, I don't know, like, I can't even think of, like, Hunt for Red October comes out or whatever, and you rent it. Well, back then, a brand new videotape for a brand new video release, those each videotape cost like $50. It was a lot of money.
Yeah, they're
And
really
so the thing,
expensive.
yeah, they were stupid. People don't realize that they were like stupidly expensive. It isn't like now when like a DVD releases and you can pick it up for $15. It was just like,
some of the movies were over $100 just for one VHS.
Yeah, and so you had to wait, for a certain period of time, and then it would be cheap, and it wasn't because it was like really good quality or they were really expensive to make. They weren't. It was just supply and demand. You couldn't jam people for the cash, because people really wanted to be able to watch that video anytime they wanted. But anyway, so he would like rent that, and then if they rented it, they could like pay the whatever $5 for the 2-night rental, and then they could pay an extra $5 to buy it, but they couldn't have it until like for like a month. So like you would pay $10, and then a month later you could come back and you could get your copy of Hunt for Red October, because by that point, like, everybody who wanted to watch it had watched it, and so he didn't want to have another 30 copies of a movie sitting on the shelf waiting to get sold. And so then like half people would forget they even bought it, or they lose their slip, or he was kind of a scummy guy. But anyway, my whole point of this was that the point of telling that was the fact that the adult movies that we'd order, they were on such horrible video cassettes, and like they were dubbed horribly, and just the quality of them was horrible, just because nobody cared. I mean, they were watching it because they wanted to watch pornography. And so like those, and a brand new release would cost us like $50, $100, $80 or whatever. Those would cost us, we'd get like a package of 20 of them for $90, but we'd rent each one of those out for like a 2-night rental for $8.99. They made us so much money. It was ridiculous, the return on those. We'd run a report every month about whether or not a movie was making us money, and if it didn't, then we would sell it. We put it in the bargain bin, and try to get $2 from it. But man, those adult videos, I mean, they made us back 700, 800% at least, if not more, over what we did. And so it was just, and when that Pamela Anderson tape came out, man, that thing got stolen from us. Like, we couldn't possibly put it on the shelf fast enough. He had us. We had a tape dubbing machine that we'd use to make copies of movies for ourselves. He had us like make up. He had a guy make up stickers that looked like the original sticker for that, and he had us bootlegging copies of that, because it was getting stolen so much. So we would just make copies of the Pamela Anderson videotape so we could continue renting them. And then he didn't care. If somebody stole it, he was like, I don't care. Whatever. Just go make 7 more, Lance. Okay, whatever. Yeah, but yeah, one of my crazy jobs I had when video stores were still a thing. Before
And
people had
now they're all dead.
There's still
Almost.
there's
a few. There's one in town still.
Yeah,
Here.
They've got that one holdover, that we had one for the longest time, and the only reason it stayed alive was because it was on it was hooked up to a chain of grocery stores, so it was able just to linger. But now people just use Redbox, man. I mean, why wouldn't you? Pay $1.50 or whatever, and just you don't have to deal with anybody.
We used to have to drive 35 minutes to go to a store to be able to rent movies when we got our first VCR. Because that was the only place that had Betamax tapes for us to rent.
Ooh, Betamax.
Yes.
Hey, you know what's weird? And I'll let Anthony talk here in just a second, but you know what's weird? Remember when you'd go to that weird local mom and pop store in the middle of nowhere, when you go to the lake cabin, and then there would be that local convenience store, and they'd have those 17 movies for rent or whatever. Just the worst selection of all time. You'd just be like, oh, okay, let's see. Nothing to do with the lake cabin this weekend. Let's see if we can. I guess we could watch. I guess we'll watch a Bachelor Party with Tom Hanks, or just whatever other garbage that nobody would ever want to watch. But yeah, I always found those things to be funny. Like, how often are you actually renting these? Never? Yes, I thought so. But there you go. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, bud?
I'm good. What's going on?
Not much. We were just talking about some Essen stuff, and we got we sidetracked off into
Porn again.
Yeah.
Porn.
Yeah, porn. You know how it is. No, we were just talking about old video stores and what we would do, and I mean, I don't know. I like my job at the video place. It was one of like 3 or 4 jobs I had at that time in my life. It was I had a rather bohemian lifestyle back then, so. But good stuff before I became the cultured individual that I am now.
You're so corporate now.
Yeah, I am. I'm totally corporate. What's your 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever games at Essen that you're really interested in, that you want to get your hands on?
We actually just released our Essen episode today. Top 3 for me.
Hey, here's a surprise. I didn't listen to it.
I know you didn't.
I didn't listen to it because I forgot you had a podcast.
Oh!
It's been a while, my friend.
It has been a while. I've had other things going on. Important life things going on.
Like what?
Important life things I can't talk about.
Oh, okay, fine, whatever. That's good. I'm glad you have important life things.
Yes. So top 3 for me are Nippon, and then Tail Feathers, and Tricarian.
I've got Tricarian pre-ordered, and same thing with Tail Feather, so I didn't think about those.
Well, did you back Tricarian?
I did back Tricarian.
I didn't, but I did their pre-order they had afterwards.
Gotcha.
Because I missed it.
I don't know. Tricarian just looks like, I don't know. That's going to be a try before I buy thing.
It's fantastic. I played it.
I have a fascination with magic. That was one of my little hobbies before board gaming was magic trick stuff. Like I said, watch Penn and Teller fool us every week because I love it. But I always sit there and try to figure out how it's done before they figure out how it's done. And the little clues they give, a lot of times I know enough to know what they meant by that and understand exactly what's going on in the trick, even though I can't catch them in the act. So it's a fascinating entertainment media for me because it's really engineering and science. It's not magic.
There is nothing worse, in my opinion, than seeing a magic trick and seeing the trick. You kind of train yourself to look for the moment where they distract you they get you to look in the other direction, and then when it happens, and you see them like exchanging the thing in their pocket, or and it's just like I just that upsets me to no end.
Once you understand what it is and you appreciate it for the trick that you're able to pull off, the showmanship, the creativity involved to do it, it's fascinating. But yeah, the first time you realize how simple this amazing magic trick that you thought was just awesome is, you feel like such an idiot.
Well, if you have kids and they're not, they're not old enough to to fall for it. You can do the classic, like where you let the crowd in on it, but they don't. Where you say, like when you I've seen it before. It's like you have like the piece of paper or the tennis ball in your hand,
mm-hmm.
and you tell them, and it's just like, and you say to them, it's like watch your hand, and you go like this, and you're like, we're gonna make the tennis ball disappear. So watch my hand. Don't take your eyes off your hand. And so you face the crowd. They're looking at your hand, and you have the person behind you that you go 1, 2, 3, and and then you throw the tennis ball behind you. Then they catch you, and they come back, and then you hold your hand open, and it's not there. And the kid is like, "Oh my gosh," and the crowd obviously sees what you're doing. I remember a magician at my school way back in the day when we had an assembly did that, and kids are just like, "Oh my gosh!" It's like the kid that wasn't in on the joke, just like couldn't fathom how it was possible, But
oh yeah, it's funny. You see some stuff, and once you know how things are done, it, like I said, it just becomes stupid. You take some stupid object, you put it in your hand, you give it a little rub on your elbow, and it's gone, right? Just like that. And everybody knows what I did. I just dumped it down the back of my shirt. It's not that big a deal, but it will freak somebody out. But the first time you see a magician rubbing something on his elbow, he's ditching it down his shirt so he can show his hands clean. It's pretty obvious. So I'll go on a Lance tangent. I'll tell the story because it's stupid. But first time I ever went to Las Vegas, okay? And anybody here been to Vegas?
Las Vegas. My brother lives in Vegas.
Have you been to Vegas?
I've been to Vegas several times.
Yeah. Anthony?
Yep.
Okay. So if you've been to Vegas, you've seen Houdini's magic shops in about every third casino in Vegas. And the big thing that they are selling you is the UFO floating card trick. And I'm there in Vegas with my buddies on this trip. My first trip to Vegas was with a group of my friends. And we're in the shops at the Venetian Hotel. And, it's really nice shops. And there's this magic shop. This guy's sitting there, and he's got this playing card just floating in midair and floating around him. And he takes a borrowed hotel key from somebody, and he's got that thing floating in midair, spinning around his body and stuff like that. And everybody's, ooh,
I've seen this, and it's super impressive. If you don't know,
it is super damn impressive. So my buddies are like, you love magic tricks? And this was before I really started getting into magic tricks. You need to get that, and you can learn how it's done, and blah, 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 because that's awesome. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. So I go up to the counter. I'm like, yeah, I'll take one. And so they said, okay, so here's the thing, and give us sir $25 or whatever the trick cost. And then they open a bookcase and take you into this little back room with the other people that bought it to teach you how to do the trick. So they take you back there, and then they close that bookcase, and you're in this room all with just the magician who's going to show you how to do the trick. And there's a big sign on the door once you're in there that says, no refunds on magic trick. Remember, you must keep the secret, blah, 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 blah. So basically, this big sign says, we know you're going to be pissed off when you find out how this is done. And you're not getting your money back. This is the equivalent of what this sign says. So the guy shows us how to do the trick. And I just look at him like, are you effing kidding me? They open the door, and I'm just, my ears are steaming. My face is red, and I walk out. My friends are like, "Do you know how to do it? Was it cool? Was it cool?" And I just walk past them. I don't even talk to them. I'm storming off. And like, what is it? What was it? I'm like, I just paid $25 for an effing piece of string.
Yep, and it's like a piece of string
and a chunk of wax.
Yeah, that chunk of wax, but when you see somebody do it, I mean, it is. I mean, if they do it well, it's amazing. I mean, it's just like you can't.
Oh yeah, I got back to the hotel. I tried to do it. It wasn't working. I had this stupid playing card hanging off a string off of my ear, looking like an idiot. My friends are laughing at me. I threw it in the suitcase. I didn't touch it for like 3 years. I finally got it out once I started doing magic tricks. I was like, oh. Then I was able to do the trick once I understood more, and I was able to impress and amaze people with this microfilament line. But yeah, the time you learn how it's done after you drop $25 on a nickel worth of materials, you're flat out pissed off.
You're not paying for the material. You're paying for the idea.
Yeah, you're paying for that idea. Yeah, but they just milk that trick like crazy. But
well, I mean, that's
still fascinating when it's done right and it's showmanship. So
I still remember like being at like the Mall of America years ago, and seeing a guy with like he had this because it's a tall area. He had this helicopter on like a launch pad where like and you just kind of you pushed it forward and you hit this button and you had to do it both at the same time, and the helicopter would take off and would come back to him like a boomerang. Like he did it over and over again. It was like super cool, and I ended up dropping like $50 on it or whatever. I got it home and I was just like I took it outside. First thing I did, it just hit the ground. I'm sitting there trying to get this thing to fly. No. Just didn't work. I mean, I read about it later. It's like, yeah, you basically have to just sit there and monkey with it for like hours before you have it down and you can actually do anything with it. So I was just like, well, but that's what that guy is out there doing. He's an expert. He knows how to run the trick over and over again. So.
Yeah, the guy with the little airplane too, just zip, and it's coming back to him every time. And zoom, zoom. Yeah. He looks so cool. And you get back to your hotel room and you throw it, and it just goes right in the ground. You're like, this sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Well, it's, like you said, it's showmanship.
It is showmanship.
But I don't know.
I'm interested in Seven Wonders Duel, by the way, to go back to board games.
Tom Vassell at GrandCon said that game is amazing. So
I just watched Rodney did the how to play video for it, and seeing how it's played, I'm like, for a 2-player game, that's pretty cool. And I like that it has a couple of instant wins.
Still just 2-player, it's just like
that's my problem is I won't really get it played. But if I could get a hold of it before or at BGG-Con, it'd be a good one to play with my friend I'm traveling with while we're sitting in an airport layover or whatever for something to do. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to that aspect. But once I get at home, it'll never get played.
There's that too. It's I agree with you. I mean, a 2-player game, it sounds like such a great idea, but then it's just like, oh yeah, but then like it's just like I said, I never only have one person at the table. I mean, hardly ever. Unless I specifically have to play the game for review, in which case I invite like one person over and then we mess with it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm also looking forward to Nippon just because the designer or designers, I should say, because they haven't steered me wrong yet. Is that why you're interested in it, there, buddy? Or
yeah, the designers and the publisher, because I'm really like everything I've played from What's Your Game. So,
let me think. I'm trying to think of everything but What's Your Game that I played.
Madeira.
Well, Madeira's amazing.
Zhengguo.
Excuse me, Zihan Guo. Thank you.
Zhengguo.
Zihan Guo. Yes. Another amazing game.
Vinos.
Vinos, of course. Yeah.
So even they have a small game called Oddville that's surprisingly really good.
It is. Asgard is kind of just there. Have you played Asgard?
No, I haven't.
It's good. I mean, but it's not like on the same level as Venus or Zihan Guo.
Yeah, but they have another game coming out at Essen.
Signori.
Yes, and that's
Sign Ori. I think is how you. Sign Ori. Sign Ori. Sign Ori. Sign Ori. Okay.
All right. But that's by the same guy who did Kingsburg and Kingsport Festival, and the other designer on that is the designer of Simurg. Is that how you pronounce that one from NSKN?
And then that's also releasing as well, right? There's something.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. So that made my list too. Simurg.
Yeah. I have to see if I can get a hold of copies of those. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, of course, Mule is my number one thing. So, but
you're gonna be disappointed.
Maybe, but I find it hard to believe I'll be disappointed.
Wait, so. Speaking of Mule, where's Corey? Where's Bill Corey?
I don't know. He said he asked me for the link, and I gave it to him. So I mean, I don't know.
All right.
Maybe he got a better offer.
Because Mule is made by
why is he Mule?
Mule is made by the same people who make his favorite game of all time.
Eclipse?
Yes.
Eclipse isn't a bad game if I have 8 hours to watch people try to decide what they want to do.
If I have that much time to play a game, I will play Exodus Proxima Centauri any day of the week.
Twice. And twice, yes. I was just gonna say, and you'll play it multiple times, and you'll blow up planets. I mean, I remember when Eclipse came out, and I was like, this is a really, really good game. I mean, I was just like, but then they stagnated it with all that extra garbage. I don't know, I really dislike all the expansions they made for it.
There's definitely an X missing in that 4X game, what the people calling it 4X.
Nobody fights. Nobody fights unless you have to.
No, because it's a Euro game, and people who play Euro games don't like to fight.
And then, I mean, but there's always one guy who loads up his thing with missiles, which I do not think is overpowered. It's definitely defendable against.
Yeah, I don't dislike the game. I just don't think it's as good as everyone else thinks it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's the one guy in a 6-person game that will load up all of his ships with the really, really big missiles, and go on a tear. And because somebody has tried to like turtle himself off in the corner and build monoliths, is just stunned when his like weak little ships are just getting blasted apart. Yeah, it's just kind of like, well, I don't know.
I think when it first released, it was a strong game that kind of stood on its own, but it's since been eclipsed. That's right. Where's my gong?
My thing with that game is everyone makes these deals with everyone. I want to attack you. You want to attack me. And that's fine at that moment. At some point, you have to stop that. But no, the whole game they're like, buddy with their hand in each other's pants.
Until one guy breaks out and goes and kills everybody and wins.
Well, I have my one friend, and he is a very good friend. As a matter of fact, he came to my.
That's one friend. You just admitted.
Well, no. I mean, I have one friend who has this attitude whenever he plays a game like that. And admittedly, this guy, like I said, is a really good friend. He came to my son's birthday party. My son thinks he's just amazing and hilarious and fun to hang out with. And but my buddy Craig, like before the game even starts, he'll turn to somebody at the table and said, "Okay, me and you, let's gang up on Lance." He'll just say that from the very beginning. Like you haven't even begun, doesn't even know where he's starting, doesn't know where he's going. He's just like already working deals, already working on like you and me work together against that guy. I was just just drives me crazy. But what are you gonna do? Lod said he was going to try to join us from Essen, but I haven't heard from him. So maybe he
who?
Alad Goldstein, the guy from Golden Knight Games.
Oh, yeah. He's got a couple games coming out that I'm looking at.
Yeah, and like
before he goes to work.
No, he wanted to live join in from Essen just to talk about it from there and give us a look, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it. He seems to be I haven't heard from him. So
are you still interested in the Bloody Inn?
I want to check it out. I mean, it's one of the, if I can get a hold of it, great. Pearl Games, well, with the exception of one game from Pearl Games, have been very, very good in my opinion. So, admittedly, they're kind of just owned by Asmodee now, but whatever. But I don't know. It's because they did Troyer or whatever, Trois or Troyes or whatever, and then then the expansion really added a lot to that. And of course, if you can't, it's tough to find that expansion now. I'm sure they'll reprint it though. But what was the sequel to Trois that was just the card game?
Tournay.
Yeah, and that was not very good. Trois was amazing, as far as a dice hero goes. I remember my buddies hating that game though, because like you use other people's dice that they roll, and you take them, and they're like, oh, it's like, jerk, you stole my dice. That's the whole point of the game,
It's even more fun to do that when you play online, like on Board Game Arena, because someone's not paying attention, and all of a sudden they went to go grab the dice that were there, and they're like, what the hell? What happened to my red die? I'm like, oh yeah, I took that.
Who plays games online?
I do.
Well, who that's cool plays games online?
I do.
I should on some of these, but I haven't been.
I don't play like all the time, but once in a while, like because the guys who are on my show live up in Boston, so we'll get together and play a game.
I'm sorry, where do they live?
Boston.
Boston? Barry, you say Boston.
Boston.
Okay, you say you guys.
He's going to say a bad word's what he's going to say.
Dude, I usually try to wait till midnight.
Don't pick on Barry.
Yeah.
He's dangerous now. He's got money.
Not yet.
Almost.
Oh, okay.
It's not as much as everybody.
He's got the promise of money, which still makes him dangerous.
I don't mean like money to like go out and hire people to do stuff, but you could acquire things.
Yes.
So, do you guys ever think that you will attend Essen?
No.
I'm in a similar situation to you. Is I've got wife birthday, my birthday, anniversary, all between the 5th and 14th of October, which means Essen's at a bad time for me to want to go.
I'd literally have to not go to any other conventions and just do that one. And then I'd have to figure out a way to turn it into also like a honeymoon type of thing with my wife.
If I begged, I could probably go, but I would have to take the wife with me because she would want to go to Germany because her family's from Germany and she's never been to Germany. So her family's originally from Germany back when they immigrated. Her grandmother spoke German as a child growing up in Indiana. So they have a lot of connections. So if I were to go, it would be for like a day of the fair, and the rest of the time would have to be vacation.
Yeah.
Where's the fun in that?
It's still better than no days of the fair.
Yeah. I mean, from what I've heard, Essen is is more of a just to get there, buy your stuff, and leave than it is to hang out and try stuff out. The problem
is I
is
could have been done at Gen Con in 2 hours this year if I really wanted to.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Gen Con would be to hang out with. Yeah, Gen Con for me is also to hang out with everybody.
Correct.
I mean, it's. After that first day at Gen Con, I kind of wished I could not go to the dealer hall, but that's where everybody is. So it's just kind of okay, well, go say hi and everything. I don't know. I don't know. I'd go to Essen. Someday I'll go. I don't know. I had a surprising number of people ask me why I wasn't going this year, and I was just like, I don't know. Do you have $5,000? Because if you have $5,000, I'll take it and I'll go.
Are you going to Disney or Essen? Come on now.
What?
Are you going to Disney or Essen? Come on now.
No, I mean, think of this: plane tickets, hotel, food. The fact that, like I said, if I went, it would be me and my wife, and I would have a blast. I would love to go to Germany with my wife. I think it would be amazing. We'd have a great time. But I mean, it wouldn't just be me. So it would be a trip for two, and then plus you get there. I mean, it's just like everything costs money and whatever, and it's just like, and then the little bird in the back of my head says, well, if I got $5,000, why am I not just putting it into my house?
I'm going to Disney World next week, and I wish it was only $5,000.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Disney World is, it's a lifetime of memories, but they make you pay for each one.
That rat reached you.
So is Essen.
Oh, hello, but it is more. Essen is for me, and then I mean, and as much as I would say, oh, it's like my wife will have fun if she went, or I can get these games and I'll play with my kids. I mean, I would know that it would be me getting like 90% of it out of it. And the rest would just be like, if it worked out. It'd be kind of like politicians. Politicians are only interested in staying in power and staying there, and so, that's all they want. But if they can somehow help their constituents along the way, then no, that's fine. But no, but it's more about just staying in power.
Lance, we're going in 3 years.
You and me are going in 3 years.
Well, I'm going in 3 years. I'm going for my 50th birthday. I'm going.
Your 50th birthday. All right.
So you can come along. We'll hang out. Tell you what,
I'll hide in your luggage. Yeah. Well, it looks like we got somebody who joined us. Hello, William.
Hello. How's it going?
Not too bad. You?
I can't get lower third to work worth the crap. My
It's not working for any of us.
Oh, well, that's fair.
It's nobody can. So join my club where my lower third doesn't work either.
Right.
That's what my wife says.
No, I'm good. I just got home and proceeded beating the bejesus out of Kimberly Bullock at like 8 games on BGA, and now I'm here.
You played what?
Board Game Arena.
Yeah, Board Game Arena.
We have to translate online games for Lance.
I don't. Well, why? Never mind.
Why what? No. Let's go there.
We can play in person. That's why.
I don't know. I don't get the enjoyment out of playing a board game online.
Because sometimes that's the only way I get to play a game.
Oh wait, you'll do a role playing game online.
I'm doing a role playing game online to strengthen my brand.
Oh.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is. Okay. Great.
Or whatever. I don't know. I just hey, if you want to give John the link, go ahead. I don't care. But I'm sure John's got bigger things to do. He's got to be all, I don't know, John Gilmore-y.
So I just realized that everyone in this hangout.
What?
He said he's going to read conference call with Travis instead of talk to us.
Yeah,
you, John Gilmore.
Travis, well, no, Travis said he and John were gonna. I played their game at Grand Con that they're working on. Yeah, I don't know what to think of it. It was fun. But I mean, I'll be fully admit, I was just trying, like, when I played it, I was just trying to break it. I was monkeying with it and trying to like see what I could do to like make it not work or whatever.
So you were coming at it as a playtester, not a player?
Yeah, I mean, it was just, and plus I was like, I don't know, it was one of those things where I was kind of tired. The first time I played it, I was more engaged, and that was probably my fault. The second time, but the second time, man, I was kind of out of it, and I was just, my mind was elsewhere. I wasn't feeling 100%, and so I was like, I wasn't really paying attention what anybody else was doing. I was kind of just looking at my cards, and then I was just trying to monkey with it. I mean, okay, so basically, nobody has any idea what I'm talking about as far as the game goes. The game is that like it's kind of a and this is obviously like a really, really early prototype, so don't read too much into this. But basically, it's a deck builder, but you build the deck by, and I'm admittedly, it's like I'm the first person that'll say, if you're gonna have me play a deck builder, it better bring something to the table because I'm deck builded out. But you start with your starting like units, basically these people. The idea behind the game is that you're a exiled noble or leader, and you're trying to come back and recruit an army and establish yourself in this war-torn nation that you used to be important in, and so you kind of have these different units, and they can be used for different abilities and different powers. They can be used to collect resources. They can be used to fight people. They can be used, to recruit more people into your, more cards. So they have all kinds of things that you can do, and each thing has something different. It's like you need to have your cards have to have like a movement. They have movement, so you can move from city to city on this like kind of little abstract board of these different cities, what have you. In each one of the cities, there's like three or four different factions of people out there, like that. And so in certain ones, like there's these monks that are all about protecting the people, and then there's this like warlike barbarian group that's obviously very warlike, and there's this like neutral giant type of thing that they believe in this like unity, and then overriding everything, there's this like morality scale of like being cruel or good. And so certain things like culling your deck of like purposely killing your followers makes you cruel and evil, and and if you get to certain points of cruel or good, you get different other abilities and things like that. So it had a lot going on. I mean, and that's just it. It had a lot going on, and it didn't help that the second time I played it, it was like with the maximum number of players, which I think was like 5 or 6. And so it was, and because nobody really knew what they were doing, it was a good, 15 minutes or so waiting for my turn kind of thing. And so and especially when you're like playing something new, you're just like, start counting the ceiling tiles until somebody's like, "Hey, you're up." Oh, okay, yeah. Here, I'm gonna collect 17 food, and then I'm gonna buy these 2 units. Okay, you're up next, And then you kind of just retreat back into your brain and wait. I mean, like I said, the first time I played it, there was like 3 of us. I had a lot of fun without time because it was like it was quick and you're energetic and moving around, and so. But like I said, early prototype. I think it could really become something pretty awesome, though. Just the idea.
You said that the first play was 3 players. What was the player count on the second play?
Like it was 6, I think.
Okay.
And plus there was, there were a couple of like, I mean, and this is no fault to anybody that was doing the thing, but they went out and got like people that were like board game designers that were there just to come and play it and then give them feedback, which is good, right? Get people that have have design background, and they were asking for my feedback, obviously, even though I haven't designed crap, but whatever. I guess if you play enough games, you should have some sort of idea, right?
Sure.
So yeah, and so like and that was the whole thing, and then it was like take notes, and this is what I think, and that the other thing. Yeah. The coolest thing that happened to me at Grand Con, I don't think I mentioned this last time, was that I got to sit down and play a game with Mike Fitzgerald, and that was pretty cool. So
I thought it was that you played with Tom Vassell.
No, I mean, actually, it's like Tom and I have played a few games together, but it's like we've never really played a super serious game. And Tom and I actually we played a few goofy games. We played
Please say pie face. Please say pie face.
No, we played Magical Athlete, which is ridiculous. I mean, it's just the game is just absolutely ridiculous. And we played him and I and Michael Mendez played eBay, the auction game.
That's what he was talking about on the podcast. So
yeah. Yeah, when he mentioned who, Tom?
Yeah, it was on the Dice Tower this week.
Oh, really? Okay, that's cool. Oh, did he say? Did he mention me?
Yeah, he mentioned he played that game with you and Mendez.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I mean, that was a surprisingly good game.
That's what I've heard about it. Is that it looks like it's going to suck real bad, and then you actually start playing, and it doesn't. It's not nearly as bad as it looks.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, and you can pick up a copy cheap. You can find it online for like $15. There's like this this thing in the middle. It's electronic. The one thing that stinks is like you can't really play it at a convention because it's so loud. I mean, we played it off in a corner basically, and you start it up and so like you have basically you have a certain number of bids. Like you have like this like from like $10 to and like top bid, which is top bid basically it beats everything but another top bid.
Okay.
And so then like and then depending on your color, you tell the little computer or whatever, there's like 4 of us or 3 of us, and these are the colors that are playing. And so then like you what's up for bid, like the items that are up for bid, which are like these like there's a sword or old toys or whatever, and then it just says yellow player make a bid, and then if you're a yellow player, you got to take one of your cards, you have to put it on top or by the item, and then you hit a button to show what you bid on, to tell what you bid on. And if you don't do it fast enough, it skips you. It goes, meh, and then it goes, it's like, blue player bid, red player bid, and then after everybody's had a chance to bid, like, or maybe multiple times, it'll say, like, the red auction, or like auction number 3 is over, and whoever has like the card on number 3 wins that bid, and so, but the thing is that you can't get your cards back once you bid, even if somebody outbids you use up a card, and then you get them back if you didn't win, but until the auction's over. So if an auction just keeps lasting and lasting and lasting, and you got a bunch of cards there, you're losing your ammunition, so to speak, and then of course, like, the items, like, there's like 4 different swords or whatever, and some of them, like, it says that it's worth $500, but some of them are worth $250, some are worth $500, some are worth $1,000, so you don't know which one you're getting until you get it.
Sure.
And there's some other stuff in there too, like being able to steal stuff from other people, but surprisingly fun game. I could definitely see, like, just be able to goof around with your friends and play it and have fun with it. But I mean, like I said, I wasn't. He was like, we should play this. He grabbed it out of the board game library, because the guy that at GrandCon he's the guy who runs the Gen Con library.
Oh, Lee. Okay.
Yeah, and then he shows up and he's got nearly every game known to man, and he was just like, which, in all honesty, he could not bring about 75% of them, and nobody would care.
Lee brings that library to the Gaming Hoopla events in Wisconsin too. We've been using that library for years, and it's crazy the number of weird games that are in there. Like, there's a fair number of the staples, but then there's, every copy of Seen It as an example. Really? Okay. Oh, that's great.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, it's just like, it's got to be such a pain in the tuchus to drag that everywhere, and then like I said, like, what, maybe 100 games in the library get actually played. So what's the point in bringing it, I guess? I don't know. I mean, it's just, it's crazy.
There are a fair number of conventions that find some value in there, but I definitely see where you're going with that.
I heard that he was in ailing health. Not that, I mean...
Lee Mail has stage 4 pancreatic cancer, actually. He's been a survivor now for 3.5 years, which is kind of rare for stage 4 pancreatic. So he's hanging in there and doing very well, actually. He's a very, very cool guy. The Gaming Hoopla is a fundraising convention for cancer research anyway. So, and we had already had him coming to the conventions before he was diagnosed. So that's something that we personally, on my end of the line, keep very close in touch with. But yeah, Lee is very good people. He also, before he took over the gaming library, he was the Game-Base 7 guy at Gen Con. He was the guy that ran all of their board gaming stuff for years. So he and I go back a fairly long way. Very good guy.
Well, good for him. I hope he hangs in there and gives us many more years. So.
Yep.
But yeah, tell him just don't bring like 75%, and it'd probably be,
that library stays packed and in a trailer. Basically, when he gets to a place or he's about to leave a place is when any culling or whatever happens, and then it goes in the trailer and basically stays there until the next time he's going to take it out somewhere. So there is, I think once a year he does like a full, inventory party, but That's a once-a-year process, so who knows? That convention, I do know that collection goes to like the Anime Central and other not pure gaming conventions. He goes to a lot of fan cons with that. So that other weird stuff is probably reasonably effective at those conventions. Who knows?
All right, I'm gonna try to say something controversial here. I want to get your opinion on something.
Okay.
So recently, there is a trend that Kickstarters that are successful, after they are successful, they have like a pledge after the fact.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, like the most recent one, of course, is the Others, Seven Sins, where
Okay.
you can. It's over. They made their millions of dollars, or it was, and you can, if you want. And this is I'm not employed by Cool Mini or not, or anything like that. So
Sure.
This is not me plugging them. But you can, if you want, you can go in and you can pledge. You can go pledge $100, just like you did when you were doing the Kickstarter. You can give them $100, and you can still get what everybody was getting through Kickstarter. You can still get the exclusive stuff. You can still get, all of the add-ons, all the stuff. Just like if you give them $100. So if you missed it somehow, you didn't hear about it or whatever, you can get in there and you can go ahead and get a late pledge as it is. And I've seen this in a few that allow people to do that.
Well, that seems kind of like BS.
Yeah, I've only seen Cool Mini do that with this one and then Blood Rage.
No,
I've never seen any other one do it.
there's a bunch of people doing it.
Is there?
A bunch. Carson City did it. They did it with the Gallerist, I think. They did it. A whole bunch of people do it because they have the ability to do it now. There's two ways to do it. One way is, like Alad has it on his for Primetime that ended, where it links you to their website to pre-order the actual game, but it's not to get in on the pledge level. As far as I understand, Alad can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have that there. So if you missed it, you can still pre-order the game at that point, but you're not getting all of the stretch goals and stuff necessarily in it. And then they have the other way, which Cool Mini is doing and a few other people have done, where you can actually get in because they have not placed that order yet, so they can still do it. What Cool Mini has also done in the last couple of campaigns, and it says it right on the page in the bottom thing, is you can pledge $1. And you never have to go up to the $100 or whatever the game is or whatever pledge level you want. When the pledge manager comes out, it'll say, do you want to add an additional pledge? You can change your pledge at that point and give them the other $99.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
So if you look at the numbers on the Others, there is roughly, I did it right in the last day of the campaign, there's about 700 people who did not pledge for one of the two pledge levels they had. So those people pledged $1, and then when the pledge manager comes out, they're going to go back in and pledge a different amount to get whatever it is they want.
Yeah.
Well, obviously that's only going to work for people that like it's like one of those things where if you have like you already made your money. I mean, you couldn't do that if you needed that money. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just
No.
like in order,
Right, exactly, and that's the whole thing, because what it does is it keeps people from adding to whatever the bounty is on the stretch goals. They don't have to make 10 million stretch goals. They made a whole bunch for the Others, but they don't have to keep going on it, because if you had to add in all that money after all the pledges they got a ton of pledges for Blood Rage after, and they've also did the same thing. The folks at Flying Frog, I don't want to mention their names, did it on the Shadows of Brimstone. When you did your pledge manager, you could add in another pledge, which is how Lance, you got in, and how Marco got in, is because someone had pledged that they knew. Marco piggybacked on me. So when I went and put my pledge manager out, I added an additional outlaw level. And what it's doing is you've already funded, you've already gotten your hype and everything. I don't know how that works as far as Kickstarter getting their cut. At that point, they may not care because they've already made 6% on your $1.5 million project, but that's who's losing the money. The other thing is you have people who are sitting there going, "Oh, we missed a stretch goal because these people didn't back it beforehand." Those people who backed for the dollar or were waiting for I'll wait till after. If they really wanted that stretch goal, they would have thrown their money in before the pledge manager came out, because they had add-ons for this project, add-ons for the project. Those add-ons, you don't have to put them on during their campaign. You can do them all in the pledge manager. Anyone who's backed the project on Kickstarter knows the add-ons you can add on after the project's done. What they try to do is get people to add it in now, one, so they raise the actual level, but also so people go, okay, well, I'm in it for the 100 plus the 40 plus the 20 plus the 20 plus the other 10 and the 10. I'm in for 200. I'm in for 200 now. Here's my money. Because when it comes time to pay it, they don't want to have to worry about having that money. They have it on hand right now. Here it is right now. So I don't think it's that controversial. I think it's weird. I think you kind of it's not one of those things you can do on every project. But on a project big like that, yeah, why not? You're printing 4,000 of them already. What's wrong? Print another 1,000.
I don't know if it's controversial, but it seems like it goes against the spirit of what Kickstarter is supposed to be.
Well, everything goes against the spirit of what Kickstarter is supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Well, Lon, hey, you are one of the jerks that's at Essen
Yeah.
that we don't like.
Oh, especially the ones that don't like.
So how's it going out there, buddy?
Very busy already. Wednesday was hectic for me. So you hear my voice. It's going down, down, down. Hopefully, I have some voice left for the first day.
So what time is it over there? Like 4 now? 5?
It's 5
in the morning.
5:30. Yeah. Sadly, I have other duties to attend with some. In China it's like 10 o'clock, so in the morning, so need to work with them also.
So what's your? I mean, if you got to go, you got to go. But I mean, so did you get all your games there? You got everything set up?
No. Having some trouble with both of my games. We don't know exactly when they will show up, but the best guideline, they might get in late Thursday, or the worst case was 8 o'clock on Friday, which is kind of crazy. Because they should have been in like 4 days ago, but they had stuck in customs and horrible delays with the logistics, and also they had a national holiday in China, so it's not just me. You have like 400 other publishers. By the way, they have here almost 700 publishers in Essen, which is mind-boggling. It's crazy.
Hey, everybody's got a 45-minute worker placement euro that they want to push, right?
I wish some of those games. No, I wish there was some mechanics on them. I have some crazy games there. My crew tells me stories because they go around and try to find, unique stuff, and the stuff they came back with stories about. It's like so crazy.
Like, tell me a crazy thing you heard about. You don't have to name names or anything like that. You can, if you don't want to, like out of respect or what have you. But
no, I don't think that nobody will know him, but I won't, because I don't know the name. I'm bad with names, but they had some game that sounds like the worst edition. The worst, like a spoof on Grizzled, something like that.
oh, really?
Yeah, it sounds so bad. With really bad art. So it actually causes you to have some kind of mental disability if you play it, I think. So, they got some. They have all sorts of crazy cats game, which I don't understand the appeal for them, but they look awful. The graphics are. I have images send me. Maybe I can post them later on, but you have some games that I don't know if it's a joke or the guys, or I don't know, but I don't know them, so I just roam over and saw some of those crazy looking games. But it's okay, it's cool, you know. This is why big conventions are cool, because you can roam over and see stuff that you will never ever see in your area. So
that is cool, though.
yeah, but I can tell you that we have tons of really great games this year. I think it's one level up from last year, at least one level up. So
It seemed like that to me too. It seemed like there was a lot of, you know, I don't.
Oh,
But it does seem like there's quite a few heavier games this time around.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It has better heavy games, but the heavy games this year are lighter than last year. So, and they have fewer, you know, everybody has a dice version of an old game, lighter versions. They had some heavy games, which most of them I have in my bag, so already. So, because I'm into heavier style gaming, but if I compare them from the same publisher from last year, the game is actually lighter.
Well, thanks a lot for ruining my dreams and hopes.
No, I think they are better. So I don't know if heavy is a good thing right now. So I don't know. So
all right, fair enough.
Go over from the game that I actually got physically. I had one publisher that I won't say his name. He just refuses to sell me any game. I think you must know his name, but I will leave it.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. He's well known. I actually tried to hustle him, but it doesn't work. He's like crazy, just crazy.
Well, that's really. I mean, that stinks. You just. Well, whatever, right? You can just get it through a store later or something. So.
Yeah, he just told me like you can come over tomorrow at 10 o'clock, like everybody. And I told him I'm not everybody because I have a booth and I cannot come. And I told him that I promise you I don't tell anybody because I don't have to tell anybody that I got your game. But I don't know. He's telling me I have enough games. Maybe you can come tomorrow evening and tell you, but this is right now the evening, and you can just give me a copy.
The games are right there. I can see them.
Yeah.
Here's the money in my hand. This isn't a difficult transaction. You hand me that. I hand you this.
Yeah. Why not? No. So he has like a smug smile on his face, like I do it every year. You don't bother me. So it's like it almost caused me not to want to buy his game by doing this act. I don't know.
So then don't buy it. Don't do it. Don't buy it. Don't give me your cash.
It's really tough not to, because I don't know if I can ever get that game specifically. So I might do it. Even though my sense tells me not to do it. It doesn't deserve my money, but it's okay. The game does.
Yeah. Well, hey, enough about that. Have the people been cool? Have they been nice? Have they been fun?
Yeah. You have a lot of friends here, so we're all here together. You know, some guys have problems. You need to help them, and everybody had long faces because they expected for the production this year is very low. We talked about this, I think, 2 weeks ago, that because they moved the show 2 weeks earlier this year, everybody has a tough time with production. So if they're expecting for, I don't know, 500 copies, they get only 300 or stuff like that. So I think a lot of games you cannot buy in Essen if you didn't pre-order them before.
Yeah. If you had to compare this to, like, I mean, is Essen? I mean, how do you compare it to, like, say, Gen Con or I don't know, what other conventions do you go to as a publisher? Have you been to as a publisher?
Well, I did once. I go to Origins, but not as a publisher, just to check out the convention. But it was, I think, 2 years ago, and it was a good gaming experience, but it doesn't look anything like that. Just to give you a proportion, we have hobby games. We have 900 new hobby games this year. 900. So it's nothing to compare. When I got back from Gen Con this year, I had like 4 games. Right now, I'm already 3 or 4 times that, and expect to double it again. So it seems like also American publisher goes to Essen to release their game in Essen and not in Gen Con. And I know. In fact, why? Because in Essen, most of the guys come from all over the world, and they come to buy games. And I think in Gen Con, people come to play games, which is a really different mentality. So we have here like Asmodee. I think they had like 2 new games in Gen Con, and here they have like 12 new games. So it's a completely, it's another level in terms of the intensity and the quantity and the quality, which is, I don't know, good. You have, if you like a gaming convention, you can relax and play some RPG and stuff like that. Then you should go to Gen Con. If you like, it's open up late, you can play with your friends, post show, stuff like that. Here it's more strict, after 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, everybody goes back by train home and play their games. And like us, go to the hotel and play in the lobby and stuff like that, but you don't have an actual activity to do after. So this go to Gen Con because they have all the cool events and stuff like that you don't see in Spiel, but here, in terms of actual games to see and the experience, it's dedicated to board games basically. So you don't have the I don't want to call them distraction because they are well respected, TCGs and RPGs and all the other events that go in Gen Con goes. It's okay. So it's like more like Origins, just like 100 times bigger.
Like Origins, 100 times bigger.
Yeah.
I've never been to Origins, so I don't know. So next year.
Next year.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I might skip it. It was, for me, it was too much of a longer trip, and I met not many. The attendance there was not good at all. It is a big convention, but the traffic.
You're going to BGG Con though, right?
Yeah. I will try to be there. Yeah, BGG Con. We sent some stuff last year. And we got good reports, and I know that I have like tons of meetings besides of the actual convention, so it looks good. Looking forward for it. More relaxed convention.
Somebody ask me a question. I'm out of questions about Essen.
I'll ask a question. A lot of prime time, is it going to be available here in the United States through regular channels, or is it going to be your site only? How will people get prime time when it comes out?
Well, we have a short print run made for the Kickstarter backers, and we got okay. So and we got a lot of pre-orders already. So it will go to normal distribution. I just signed with 2 or 3 new distributors to get it to the stores, but I think we don't have enough copies. So not every store will get enough copies of it. So it will be limited distribution. So we have some stores that are more fan of our games. They will get stores that got our game in the past. They will get the first chance to get it also. So we're trying to have some kind of fidelity or trust issues, trust relations with those retailers. So trying to build that bridge, but it will be in retail, but we don't have enough copies to support because we didn't expect how much it will be accepted, you know, in Kickstarter, and it was overwhelming for me, which is good. And,
A good problem to have is what you're trying to say.
yeah, and also on the first day we just, you know, with all the problems, my printer got this morning with his private suitcase, and he bring me like copies, the first copies of both of the games, and we just opened them up, and you know, people were crowding in to see it. So I'm excited about that because we get a lot of good attention from the media personals and other publishers and other, and we just got like 4 distributors signing up on time. So it looks good already, and we just had like 1 copy. So.
Well, I see it's up for pre-order. Cool stuff if you want to pre-order it.
Yeah, they jumped in. Well, I can say that, I don't know if I can say, but they are very supportive. You know, they usually try to get everything, but they are very kind to us. Even when we were like really small, we have only 1 game, they bought a lot of it and push it, so they do a good job there. So they get the information much faster than most of our retailers, but they do ask about it, so why not?
Cool, man. Well, I don't want to keep you if you got other places to go. Like I said, you sound half dead. So
yeah. No, I don't have anything to do with. It's almost 6 o'clock, but I have a meeting like in 1 hour. So.
Well, feel free to hang out, but I mean, and
I can show you. I can show you what I.
Ooh, well, I didn't realize you had such a show. Let's do this.
Barry's drinking ketchup.
Ketchup.
So the first game I managed to scrap is for my friend.
I have never heard anything about the. Well,
So this is the Pursuit of Happiness. I'm just going. It's not a particular order, just the way they are in my suitcase. So don't judge me about the games that I pull off. They just come off. So it's a game about, I don't know, people. I don't want to judge it because I know very little about it.
Everybody makes snap judgments on a lot for the games that he shows us.
Okay.
That's our Tipia games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. and the designers are new, but they had a veteran designer from Artipia to develop and further the design. It looks awesome on the board, and we just he just got the the rules ready like a week ago. So and it's like a game of life with heavier Euro mechanics, which the theme is okay for some, but for me it sounds like really cool. And also you can play solitaire, which is okay. It's not important, but it's really cool looking game. The graphics are awesome. It's very colorful and stuff like that. So 1 to 4, 60 to 90 minutes, and yeah. So this is.
I didn't ask for the game's life story. You can move on to the next one.
What? Didn't hear you, sorry.
No, are you going to give me a mini review of each and every one, or are you just going to...
Mini review? I don't... for the games that I know I can tell you about.
I'm trying to make fun of you, and you're making it so difficult.
Elad is too nice. Leave him alone. Man, stop picking on him.
All right, what's the next one, my friend?
Okay, so that one I go. Again, it's not the order; it just came up. So it's Amiga from tons of guys. It's like Eggerspiel, Stronghold Games, Pegasus. We have a list of good partners. So it's a game from Kramer and Kisling, I think. Yeah. And also 2 to 4, 60 minutes. It's I managed to even play this game already. If you remember, they had Passes of Kara about 2 years ago.
Yep.
We made it for the Spiel. It really feels the same. So, but we have 3D elements. So you have those bridges. I'll show you.
He is going to give us a mini review of each one, isn't he?
You want? No, I just want to show you the components.
Oh, okay. So you're showing me a pizza tray.
Yeah, something like that. You can place like the worst meatball ever. It looks like, I don't know, I don't want to be rude, but
Go ahead, be rude. He deserves it.
can you guess what it should be representing? I don't know if you can see it, but
it looks like a diseased male genitalia.
Whoa!
yeah, I got it like 90% of the time, so you're probably right. I can call me with my meeples that I show up. I can give you clues with those meeples. They'll look very crooked. This is supposed to be a woman, and I never saw something like that. And
There's a sitcom here somewhere.
I don't know. I really don't understand the shape. I don't know. I don't understand where is the hands or where is the nose or.
Barry, take over. Alad's killing me. Alad, you're... Just Barry, take over for a second.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. So, alright, usually I introduce people to games. You know, but what is the one game everybody wants to play with people who know how to play the game?
I think 504 was the greatest buzz from the guys that I know, and they're used to the ages. I think everybody wants to play. I don't know if they want to own it, but they want to try it. So. But it's very limited bunch of guys that I asked, so I don't know. It's not representing anything. So might be wrong there. Maybe the most one to play is Star Wars Carcassonne. Maybe.
That's the one I want to look at the most. That's a gorgeous game on the table. I saw some pictures of it earlier. It's beautiful looking.
Yeah, yeah. They actually didn't let me grab one, which is kind of annoying, but I am pretty much, I have a safe bet that you will see it installed. So no worries there. It looks amazing, but
Which one?
Star Wars Carcassonne.
We won't see it in the U.S.
Yeah, I didn't think we were.
you will
Hasbro
see.
has Star Wars board game rights, which means we won't see Star Wars Carcassonne in the U.S. That's
Sure.
my guess. I'm expecting so. I don't see them licensing it from Z-Man or whoever has it.
And Amazon Day will not send it to the United States.
Correct. So I don't think it will come over here.
Oh, that's
There is a game. I'm getting ready to take off, so I do have one question for everybody. It's Essen related, but the worldwide release for Pandemic Legacy is tomorrow, or today, as of right now for me. What does everybody think?
My FLGS had my copy for me today.
Oh, there you go. Supposed to be released on the 8th, but you got it early.
Wait, Lance, your friend Matt Leacock did not hand you a personal copy?
No, because Matt Leacock knows that I savaged Pandemic, so I don't think he was willing to hand me one anytime soon.
So what's everybody think? Because I'm staring at it on Amazon Prime right now.
I got burned so hard paying for Risk Legacy because I couldn't keep a solid group together enough to play through the whole campaign twice that I'm probably not going to spend money on it, but I'm desperately hoping that somebody I know does. How about that?
I might actually play that with my wife. I think we'll play a 2-player and then just see what happens. So, I don't know. Because I can guarantee that she's going to be around and for each session. So.
Yeah, I think I'm in love with the legacy idea.
Well, why don't you marry it then?
Damn it! No, I love the legacy idea, but I don't have a steady enough game group that I can go to every week to get it to the table. That's the biggest problem.
That's my biggest fear is I won't get it played through it.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Have you tried Eclipse Legacy?
I wish that you were not kidding.
All right, go get your copy of Eclipse and take some of the cards out and rip them up.
No, I don't have any problem with the ripping up stuff, and there's no cards in Eclipse.
I know.
Rook. Yeah, no. I like the idea of it though. I like the idea that decisions actually have a long-term impact. I think it's fun, but I don't know. I'm just not going to spend money on it again and then not get it played again.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat. Yeah.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm going to play with my family, so I'm going to force them to play.
There you go.
I was like Lance was saying, you can play with 2 players. I just don't know if you'll get the full effect of it with 2. You know?
Yeah, that's my thing too. It's like is that it sounds like it's like, oh well, you should play it with, you should play it with 4, and because the fact that there could be like weird faction stuff going on or something. I don't know.
Can 2 people control 2 player positions each and get the same effect?
I'm probably sure they could, but I think you kind of lose a little bit in that combination too.
Okay.
That's my gut talking. I don't know for sure if that's the case or not.
No, I want to buy it, and I keep in and out of the cart just because I can foresee
Leave
it
that
not getting.
cart alone! Holy cow!
No, man, that cart is all mine.
Jeez, take it to dinner first, at least.
I bought it a drink. What do you want?
All right. Before Keith left, I wanted to say one other thing. So, did you guys? And I know I'm kind of purposely spinning the hamster wheel that is Anthony's crankcase here, but did you guys see the like weird uproar about the others at the very end?
Yeah, I heard parts of it. Yeah.
What's the weird uproar? I missed it.
Anthony, you want to take it away?
So there was a gentleman who had posted in the comment section on the others about he wanted there to be more female characters in the game because there weren't enough. It wasn't evenly split. And if I'm not mistaken, I've seen this same gentleman do it on other campaigns, complaining about the lack of female characters in the games. With that being said, he then went on Facebook to every board game related group page that he could find to explain why he wasn't backing the game and how no one else should because of this and that and the other thing. And I guess he was looking for a bunch of, wow, you're great, and met with a whole bunch of, yeah, you are a troll. Go away. We're still backing it, and blah, blah, blah. Of course, anytime those things happen, you get people who take things too far, and, it becomes sexism and, social justice warriors and all this other nonsense back and forth. But literally, it was like all 3 places that I saw where he posted it, he did not get the initial reception that he was looking for his comments. So it became a whole thing, and then of course people are taking sides, and there's arguing back and forth, and it's just ridiculous.
I just think a really great heavy metal band name would be Social Justice Warriors.
I'm actually surprised that band doesn't exist yet.
Oh, quick, take it!
Yeah,
Go to GoDaddy.com and secure the site. Secure the rights.
They're touring with the millennials.
I'm really... In all seriousness, though, I get kind of nervous whenever this topic comes up because, in a way, he has a right to his opinion, but I don't think that he needs to put it on blast for the world at large necessarily. But on the other hand, he has a right to say what he wants to say, and if he feels it's a valid concern, then he feels it's a valid concern. That particular game, I didn't notice anything particularly cringeworthy about the way that the roles were set up or the distribution thereof or whatever, but but let's face it, it is a hot button topic in the world right now, and so people are extra sensitive to it. I don't know. I don't disagree with the sensitivity, but yeah, go.
Here's my whole thing on this whole subject. Is the gentleman in question is the general manager of a cafe in New York.
Okay.
And with the stance he was saying that how everyone should be equally represented in the game, me not saying you don't have the right to say that and the right to believe that. I wanted to say to him, okay, as the general manager of this cafe, do you have an equal number of employees who are male, female, gay, transgender, white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, atheist, Shinto, etc., etc., etc.?
Yeah, but that's a false comparison, Anthony.
No, it's not.
Yes, it absolutely is. Because you have to get the people to apply for the job. The game creates these characters out of whole cloth. A workplace has people that apply and don't apply and are qualified based on other things.
Well, no, but it should be equal. Everything should be equal according to him. The fact that if there was no women represented in the game is one thing. There are a good number of women. I think it's like 40% of the characters are women.
I'm not supporting his point on the game. I'm saying that
yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying he has a right to say what he wants to say.
But there isn't an equal representation of minorities in the game. There's not an equal representation of X in the game. Not equal representation of Y in the game. You can't get equal representation of everything just because you want it to be there. It just doesn't happen.
Here's my weird problem with it, and this is just like what I think. I mean, yeah, it's all well and good to sit there and say, it should be 50-50 split or whatever. But the thing is that okay, well, if you can show me, and I might be wrong, I'll be fully admit I'm wrong about lots of things because I just form my own opinions without doing a lot of research and whatever. But if you can show me that, like, if you marketed a game that was, more appealing to women in a hobby that is predominantly male based as far as the people that are involved in it and what have you. If you could make just as much money doing that, then I would say yes. Beat your drum. Tell these people, start marketing these things. Stop. Because you can make just as much money doing it. But it's still a business. I mean, it's like I wouldn't. It'd be like asking. Why don't they sell? Why doesn't McDonald's sell more hamburgers in India? I mean, it's just like because they can't make money doing it. Obviously, I mean, it's just like it would just be like one of those things that is, and maybe that's a bad comparison, but I mean, it's just like I get it, and I understand the reason behind it. I understand like people want equality, and we should want equality. But the thing is that if I'm somebody who's trying to do something to be a publisher and to make money, I shouldn't be forced to make decisions that could affect my financial bottom line based upon the whim of the public, or would I be wrong in saying that the vast majority of people had no issue whatsoever with the number of good male and female characters in the game? Probably. So should a publisher be forced to be acquiesce to a vocal minority because it's like the right thing to do? I don't know. Maybe in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world where feels and good moral choices are don't always financially go hand in hand, with keeping your company, making as much money. I don't know.
I'm along with Lance quite a bit on it. I think overall, in an ideal world, yeah, you would have a equal split. You would have things broken down in the demographics that the world lives in. So, and your hobby would be composed of those same percentage of demographics. Your hobby would be equally inclusive of all the demographics within the world. But it's not. This hobby doesn't draw, for whatever reason, whether it's societal, whether it's just the draw of what people have. There is a different balance of male, female, racial demographics within people that like this hobby. All sorts of people play games, but the splits aren't necessarily, especially in the hobby, 50-50 down the middle. As a game player, and if I were to run a business, do I want 50% women characters, for an example, in a game if only 18% are playing the game? Do I want, when the group gathers at the table, what if the 5 men and 1 woman at the table, what if 2 of those men don't want to play female characters? They don't have that available to them, but that's who they're going to identify with the most. What if, right? So as a business, I want to market and sell things that are going to sell to my primary demographic because that's what I'm going to make the most money doing. Is it right? Probably not right, but I do think it's not unreasonable to expect that at a minimum you do provide those options for at least the minimum of what the demographics are, so that you do at least have X percentage of this, that, and the other in the game to try to appease to your market audience as much as you can. That's just, but I could be completely wrong. I am not the most politically correct person. I just believe in, trying to do what's right for people, and doing what's right is trying to be as fair as possible, that to a level that makes sense, not to a level just to do it to say I'm doing it, right?
Yeah. Well, here, I'll give an example, and this will be one for someone who I'm actually friends with. There's a game that is coming out in the next few weeks called Bottom of the Ninth. It's a game about baseball. There are female players in the game. And I have no problem with there being female players in the game. What I have a problem with is I wish there were enough female players where I can play an entire game with an entire female roster. Because at no time ever in the history of baseball, with the exception of beer softball leagues, have men and women play baseball on the field at the same time. And if this is supposed to be a throwback baseball game, there was men's league, and then there was women's league. We've all seen League of Their Own. There's women's softball, there's men's softball leagues. They're separated.
Now there's co-ed softball too, but I get your point.
Yes, but this is baseball. It's supposed to be baseball. It's supposed to be playing regulation baseball here, which they do not play at the same time. There are but there aren't enough. There are a couple of kids characters in the game. There aren't enough. I can't play an entire Little League game.
Yeah, there's
with the characters.
I think there's probably 4 or 5, if I'm right, but somewhere there.
But that's
But
the
I
thing.
want all teamwork. I want to simulate the lovely ladies from Baseball Stars because that was one of my favorite teams.
But I said if there was an entire 2 teams of kids, that would be great. If there was entire 2 teams of women, that would be great. If there was entirely 2 teams of robots, that would be great. But the thing is, if you're playing baseball, it's supposed to feel like real baseball. Real baseball does not have kids and women and men on the field at the same time playing.
Okay.
So I sit there now? If they made the game and they had the cards and there were no women in the game, would there be an uproar about there not being any women in the game?
I would expect there would have been some complaints, yes.
There would have been complaints, but I don't know about an uproar.
But why? Why would there be complaints? It's a game about Major League Baseball.
No, because it's not about Major League Baseball. It's just baseball. So
Keith's right. They don't reference the league.
Hey, I've got 3 female characters right here for it.
There you go.
Unity, Fanatic, and Wraith.
Here's the thing about the whole equality thing. Right now, it's a hot button topic. Okay, so right now people are sensitive to it, and yes, we can say that in an ideal world these things would come to pass, and it's not an ideal world. And let me preface this by saying that I don't necessarily support the guy that went nuts on the others Kickstarter, because it sounds like he handled it extremely badly. If you have a concern, you voice the concern, but you don't go campaigning all over God's creation about it, especially when it seemed like he was looking for the fight in that particular case. But I don't see anything wrong with trying to be active and make the world closer to that ideal world that we all want it to be. I don't have a problem there either. You know, if you have a concern, fine, voice the concern, and maybe it's time that we all think about it a little bit more. But yeah, I think he handled it very badly, and I think the worst part is the people that piled on to that discussion. Because now that you described it, I do remember seeing that Facebook thread, or a couple of them actually.
You saw it when someone else posted about it. That's when you saw it, right?
When someone else posted about it, yes, that is when I saw it.
That's one thing I think we need to do a better job of. You know, people have a right to voice their opinion on things they don't like.
Absolutely.
We have a right to disagree. Neither side has a right. Well, I guess they can do whatever they want, but they're both turned into assholes at this point.
Yes.
To tell the other person that they're wrong and publicly just tell them over and over, you are wrong. Because, no, you're not wrong. I just don't agree with your opinion. And it's okay for me to have a different opinion here. That's what makes me a unique human being. And that's what no one accepts in this internet age. It's either you're with me or against me in every online argument in the world. And everybody ends up looking like complete assholes, which makes me retreat from Twitter and not want to talk to people anymore.
Yeah. I don't seem to have as much of a problem on Twitter as I notice on Facebook, but yeah, I get where you're going with that.
That's because you can use more than 140 characters at a time, and you can follow the thread better on Facebook, but it's on Twitter too. And it is, and I've just kind of retreated. I don't get into the arguments anymore. It's a no-win proposition to get into an internet fight.
Well, and that's the thing, is that they're not discussions anymore, they're arguments.
Exactly.
Everybody's coming at this from, I am right, you are wrong. You know, it doesn't matter if you try to express your point of view, because you're wrong. And while I do think there is such thing as definitive right and wrong in certain subjects, I don't think we've explored this particular subject thoroughly enough as a society to determine, where we need to meet in order to make things better. But I think it stands to reason that we know that this is something that is changing, whether you think it needs to or not. Society is changing in this aspect. And so to harken back to your comment about whether manufacturers should be forced to make decisions, they shouldn't be forced to make decisions, but they should be, that adhere to any whatever, but they should be prepared for the feedback that they're going to get when they don't. Again, I don't think particular campaign. Go ahead.
Yeah, but feedback is one thing. What we're seeing is witch hunts is what we're seeing.
Oh, yeah. And I can't make this clear enough.
Okay. Let's scale it back. I mean, anyway. I'm the worst person to play devil's advocate or whatever, but or modern.
Turn your camera off so we get better bandwidth.
You turn your camera off. You think
you cut off? We didn't
cutting in and out. Yeah.
You just gotta get the hamsters running faster in the generator that you use to power your internet connection, Lance.
All right. Well, here. Well, this stuff.
We don't want to see your ugly mug anyway.
Oh, shut up. Here's the thing. Okay, but there is a very small minority of people that are very vociferous about any topic, just like there's a very small minority of people that are very vociferous and argue on the other side. And thankfully, those people usually stay in their little echo chambers and just talk to the people that, give each other pats on the back and just say, yeah, go, you're right. The vast majority of people are in the middle. They can see both sides. And the problem is that, and this is not just sexism. This is anything, any little topic that gets people spinning, is that you end up, if you just any hotbed topic, if you start talking about it, you get the support of the loud and I'm not gonna say crazy, but the loud and very opinionated and willing to, there's just no possible way the way I think is wrong, and when you get that support, you get lumped into that group, and which what happens, and this is just once again my opinion, is that the people that are in the moderation, that are in the I think X is a really bad idea, but we need to approach it slowly and make sure that we do it in a way that everybody can understand. If you approach it like that, it's like you will either you'll get blasted by both sides because you don't care enough or whatever, and so it's just easier for those people just to keep their mouths shut.
Yep. And
just say, screw it, you guys can just bark at each other all day long, and then they just have an internal monologue with themselves. I mean, it's like, okay, so here it is. We have 6 men in their 30s and 40s, and we're talking about sexism. And if I was on the outside looking in, I would say, well, 6 dudes, there's not a girl on there to tell them, to voice that opinion. I mean, and that would be a very right criticism to have. I mean, honestly, I mean, it just, but it's one of those weird things. It's just, I don't know. And I brought it up because I think it is very important. I think anybody, I just, bottom line, if I have a company and if you're telling me I need to include this, that, or the other thing because then it'll be more inclusive, but if I do that, I run the risk of losing money by doing it. Sorry, it's not happening, because it's a business. And business decisions aren't made for emotional reasons. They're made for business reasons.
Okay,
period.
So, but let's take that exact point and apply it to the others. Would that game have sold less copies?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Carry on.
Just so you know what we're talking about. We're talking about the others. And at the very end, a guy got there was postings about the fact that there wasn't enough female characters in it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure you had a frame of reference. So, okay, go ahead, Bill. Sorry.
All I was going to say is, do we think that sales of the others or backers or whatever would have been impacted if different choices would have been made?
No.
Exactly. That Cool Mini or Not at this point is basically printing money with every game they put out. I mean, I'm exaggerating slightly, but they're, right now, everything they touch turns to gold. They're going to get their money. No matter, they could have put out all female characters and they would have still made their money. And I'm not saying they should have. I'm not saying, and again, I can't stress this enough. I don't personally. I wasn't even a little bit.
You don't think the few jokes? Oh, the 7 deadly sins are all women, huh? Oh, surprise, surprise.
That's been done actually. The game Seven Sisters.
I remember Seven Sisters. Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So, but my point is, it wasn't a business decision in this case. It wasn't, because, at least if it was probably a non-factor. Because I don't think anybody would have looked at it and said, "Oh, they're all women. Well, I'm not backing that." That doesn't.
They're not dumb. They're not dumb. I mean,
they were 40% in there. They made a conscious effort to make sure and put a lot in.
Exactly,
Yeah.
which is why I was trying to stress before. I'm not on the team of the guy that made all the noise. I think he handled it very badly. He can have his opinion. I don't agree with his particular opinion in this instance, but I think that. It's such a hot button topic that there are people that are going to spoil for a fight in that sort of thing. Having said that, could we use to be a more inclusive hobby in general? Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and
there are a lot of jerks in our hobby.
Yeah.
There are. I'm not one of them, but
I don't know about that.
but we've got Barry.
Yeah.
So. No, but I mean there are. I've heard
Yes,
some of the things
there are.
that happen to a lot of people, and there's a lot of jerks, but we're not all jerks.
And to be fair, as was pointed out earlier, and I think Anthony said it, the people that responded to this dude's thread on Facebook probably handled it as badly as he did in the first place.
And those are the ones that are the problem.
They always do. I know what that
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it's like my father would always say, you were right until you opened your mouth,
Yeah.
and then you were wrong.
So I think that the hobby needs to be conscious of being more inclusive. Having said that, I didn't view the others as a particularly egregious violator in that sense. Like, I didn't look at it and go, "Oh, it's a sausage fest in this box." It didn't. Like, at no point did that enter my head. Although I'm also not the feminism police either. I believe that inclusive, whatever that word is, we need to be more inclusive. There we go. I can't come up with it right now. I think we do need to be more inclusive, but that didn't seem to be an egregious problem. I did have a problem with the 47 add-ons that seemed like you needed to buy them in order to get the full game. That's a whole different ballgame.
You mean the Cool Mini or Not business model?
Exactly.
Wait. This is the one campaign they've done where you don't need to buy any of the add-ons.
I felt like it did. If you're selling me a game about the 7 sins and then you only include 2 sins, what?
No. All the other 5 sins are all stretch goals. You're getting all of those. The add-ons were all the extra teams.
Did I misread something?
Yes, you did,
No,
my friend.
You're getting all 7 sins. It's just the add-ons are like
The miniatures and whatnot.
Yeah, and there's one set of minis or like the faith or something like that you can only get through if you back it Kickstarter.
Okay.
I'm not getting any of it.
Well, I didn't back it anyway, so I'm not getting any of it. But
Yeah, I believe there are 15 or 17 heroes that you get with your regular pledge. You get all 7 sins. The other boxes that are the add-on boxes are additional teams and additional acolytes, but you do not need them to play the game. But if you back the project for the $100, you get all 7 sins. Now, if you go and buy the game in retail, you're only getting 2 sins. The other 5 you're going to have to buy as an expansion pack.
Here's the deal, though. I mean, there's gonna be I haven't decided. I didn't back it. I'm wondering if I'm gonna do the late pledge. The reason why is because I'm really annoyed I did not do Rum and Bones to get all the bonus stuff. I really wish I had, because Rum and Bones I did not think Rum and Bones is gonna be any good, and I'm really liking it. So I don't know.
You're not the first I heard of that. Or they didn't think it was going to be any good, and they enjoyed it a good bit.
I didn't think it'd be any good, but I haven't played it, so.
Yeah,
But
no.
I've heard the same thing. It did not look like my kind of game, and everybody says it's awesome. And I was attracted to the theme, but I like pirate shit. So
I was just like, and now I'm like, I just like a few days ago put my order in through Cool Stuff to like, get all the like add-on goofball stuff, like the dice and the factions and what have you. So.
Sure.
all right, I'm going to bed now. So
All right.
Keith.
Good night, Keith.
Good to see you
See you
for a
in a
second,
couple of
Travis. Take care, buddy.
See you too. Thanks.
Travis, how you been, bud?
I've been good. I just got off the phone with Mr. John Gilmore.
Oh yeah, he told us that he was gonna go have sex chat with you.
We were making fun of his reckless abandon with game design and having children. He applies the same reckless abandon to both methods.
Doesn't he have like 27 kids or something like that?
I went to his house and it was like he just had like an assembly line of kids. I'm not kidding you, just making prototypes for him. It was just like he has like 2 boys and 2 girls, and they're on a bench just sleeving things.
I'm pretty sure that that's the only reason that Tom Vassell can do his component drops is because he's got all the kids that help him pick up and sort everything after they're done. I don't think he'd do that if he had to do all that himself.
I asked him. He said he's broken a couple of things doing those, but only like and like he said, and one of them was very noticeable that he broke it. I forget what it was. I think he said it was a. I think he said, if I'm remembering correctly, he said it was like an X-wing expansion, and and then like he broke one of like the wings or something off of one, and he heard it. I guess he said the people let him have it as far as how disrespectful he was to his games.
Yeah, it's his property. You can do what you want with it.
Yeah.
Disrespectful to games, that just bothers me. I don't know. It's a game. It's a box. Who cares? You wanna sit and go pew 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 with your little X-wing guys and smash them into each other? It's your game. I've never understood that mentality.
Yeah, whatever. Travis, anything grinding your gears right now?
Well, my poor kid has been pretty sick, so that stinks, obviously. And no, man, life is good. Things are cool. This game we're working on with John is amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe how cool it is, and I'm very happy. I don't know, for you played the very first time I played the game. You played the game, Lance. So
I talked about it actually earlier. So.
Oh, that's the game.
Yeah, it's improved.
Okay.
It's improved by leaps and bounds every time. It's kind of funny how working on it goes, though. It's like we drove 6 hours round trip to go up to meet him. We played it for 2 hours, then talked about it for 2 hours, and then we drove home, and then we worked on it for about 12 hours remotely, and then we played it tonight for an hour, and then we put another hour of working on it into. So it's like we play it about 5% of the time we work on it, but it's a very big game, so like this is to be expected.
Sure.
Yeah, it's cool. Very excited. I think it's going to be a very big, good thing for us, and obviously a really cool thing for John as well.
From what Lance was describing earlier, it sounds interesting.
It feels very like sandboxy.
A sandbox deck builder?
Yeah, it's becoming more sandboxy.
Yeah.
God.
It's sorry, I didn't mean to sound.
No. He's picking on me.
Bitchy high school. It's interestingly becoming very sandboxy. Like there's a lot of ways that you can win, and it's a big undertaking. Like I came up with this idea, and then John came down and pitched us some games, and then he's like, "What are you working on?" I was like, "I have this idea. I just started working on it, but it's going to take me like a year to make this with our current workload." And he was like, "Well, you want me to help?" And I was like, "That would be awesome." And
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh God.
and then I didn't really hear anything from him for like 3 months, and then I messaged him. I was like, "Hey, John, I'm gonna take back the game," because I thought he wasn't working on it. He's like, "Oh, that's fine. I'm on the 3rd version of it right now," and I'm like, "What?" And
you were like, yeah.
I was like, "Yeah," and then he was like,
And he's like, "What?" And I was like, "Dude,
"Yeah."
this is terrible."
Whoa.
It was the epitome of craziness.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
oh my God, stop! Fuck. Holy shit! Please. Stop.
Can you turn your video on, Lance, so that way your audio stalls out fairly often, so we don't have to hear that every 3 minutes? That'd be
Yeah.
great. Damn it.
Yeah.
See, you derailed Travis entirely. Well done. Good
Imagine.
Aw, that was my goal.
Come on, it's kind of your goal. But yeah, no. So we just did that. I played Good Cop, Bad Cop tonight. I tried to play Doug, Goose, Caboose. I explained the rules, and then everyone looked at me like I was stupid, and then I put the game away. Then we played Magical Athlete again. Someone randomly brought Magical Athlete. That game, I lost every single time. I got last place. I rolled like ones like 40% of the time.
Did they give you a special die?
I don't know. It didn't feel special.
No, the other kind of
Not
special.
feel special. It felt the opposite of special. But yeah, that was it.
I have yet to play Magical Athlete, mostly because I feel like my IQ will drop as I'm playing it, because it sounds like such a dumb game. But it sounds fun dumb, like it's one of those games where you feel like an idiot and it's still awesome. I don't know.
Well, Lance and I played it, right, Lance? We played it with Tom and some other guys, and it was cute.
Cute.
Yeah.
That's a ringing endorsement. It was cute. It's a cute little game.
It was cute.
All right, I gotta get going, guys.
All right.
Bye,
Yeah.
Anthony.
Can I ask Travis a question before I go?
9 inches.
Yeah.
Travis, how much did you pay for Fred Flintstone's helmet from the quarry?
What are you talking about? My hair right now?
No, it's hanging up on the wall behind you.
Oh, it was a lot.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very large number of dollars.
All right.
It was an inordinate amount of human dollars.
It was good seeing everybody. Alad, good luck over there.
Thank
Hopefully you still have a voice tomorrow.
Hopefully. In 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good night, boys.
Good night.
Good night.
Night. Sure, this is when Lance's internet connection stabilizes. Great.
Yeah.
Hey Lance, tell me about Board Game Theater. What was the deal with that?
Well, Kevin, we ended up talking at Gen Con for a little while, and he's a very engaging fellow. He will and I mean that very nicely. I mean he was good to talk. We had a connection there, and he lives like an hour away from me, and so he just mentioned that he was going to be doing, because I don't know if you're not familiar with Board Game Theater, they do these kind of over the top like they're board game reviews, but like he does them in a way that like he's making a movie, and so he does he goes through the production pretty well. Yeah, and so
Oh God.
and so he kind of like like I said, kind of like goes over the top of them, and he was going to do one for Blood Rage, and he asked me if I was at all interested in helping him out, and I said yeah, and so I just one afternoon I drove out there and went to his house. He has a beautiful home in the outskirts of Fergus Falls in Minnesota, and then we just he had this idea. He had costumes. He had all kinds of stuff, and we just had some fun. Just ad-libbing and doing whatever. I did a little bit of theater in my younger age, so I mean, I didn't feel. I mean, I felt a little weird doing it. I'll be completely honest, but but I don't know. Hopefully, when it finally comes out, he'll edit it in such a way that I won't look like a complete and total idiot. And
Lance, sounds lying. You saw an opportunity to get on the Dice Tower, and
yeah, well, yeah. No, he's a big fan of the Dice Tower Network, and that's more than hey, good for him, right? I'm not gonna jump up and down on the edge of the bed there, but I mean, that's not my thing. I mean, I just and I not that I don't like Tom or anything. I don't want to be part of a network. I don't want to. So, and that includes the Dice Tower Network. So I'd rather just do my own thing. And but he is, and so now I guess peripherally I am also a part of the network in some way. But
Company man,
yeah.
I had to come back and make fun of you. Goodbye.
All right, take care.
So,
Blah.
I have a soft spot for the whole idea of the board game theater thing, as I am something of a theater dork in real life. I do a lot of community theater in my area, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe it's out. I seen something on my feed, but I didn't watch it.
I think he's got a trailer for it or something. Yeah, so I don't know. So I'm sure I very much appreciate the opportunity. It sounds like he's going to be doing one for a couple other games that I enjoy in the relatively near future, and he asked me to take part in those as well, and I said that I could, I'd be happy to do that, and so it sounds like we're going to do that when I have a chance. It's a little bit. Not that it's out of the way or anything like that, but it is just a little bit of I have to be have the time and obviously clear it with my wife before I can just randomly run off to go do that stuff. But yeah, it was fun. It was and the thing I got he made some really good kind of just like lots of meat. He had some pheasant and some big giant turkey legs and things like that we got to eat while we were doing our thing. So that was actually pretty cool.
And thus we have learned the real reason why Lance was willing to do it in the first.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it didn't hurt that I got some really good food. Yeah. So, all right, that's enough of that. Okay. But there you go. That's what that was all about. It was a marvelous opportunity, and I'll probably be doing it again or something like it again in the future.
Cool. I read somewhere. Where did was it in? Yeah, it was in the chat here.
No.
No, it totally was. What was it that there was a whole thing about all the bad Kickstarters that are going right now. Yeah, it was Keith that said it. So I waited. Apparently, I waited until he left before I started talking about him. Sorry about that. But no, really, does it seem like the crowd is particularly bad at the moment? Because, boy.
I don't know. I think it's the same. I think people just get kind of more attuned to it. What do you think, Travis, Mr. Kickstarter? You got one coming up soon, right?
Yeah, like 6 days from now. Yeah. Kickstarter's out of control. Like
you are the worst.
Kickstarter is literally out of control.
Yeah, crazy. Definitely.
It's fine. There's going to be a break point at some point where like the people that are good at it will stand out amongst the others that are. I mean, like I actually saw someone here in Indianapolis who launched a Kickstarter for an RPG. They had like no artwork. They just put as the header for the game just like a word. Like the page just looked like garbage, and I'm just like, you know, this is emblematic of the issue, right? Where like anyone can just put up anything, and there is no, you know, this is how I pay my bills. This is my job, you know. But it doesn't matter to some people.
Yeah, but that was what Kickstarter was supposed to be. Somebody's idea come into reality.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's different interpretations of that.
Here's a weird thing though, and I'm going to not mention names to
Protect the guilty.
yeah, them too. So here's like in discussion with somebody that had run Kickstarters or whatever. They were talking about Kickstarter rewards and people like complaining about how long it takes for them to get them, and they were saying, you know, it's like, so I'm getting the same email from the same people, you know, over and over again, and then they said that, well, and here I have a situation where it's just like I wanted to just tell them, look, you know, the reward isn't guaranteed. You know, you're just helping me make my dream or whatever. And I was just kind of like, dude, yeah, it is. You know, it's like they gave you money and they selected a pledge that said you are going to send them this item. You know, you're sending him this game in exchange for that cash that he gave you. Your dream was to make that game, which you've done. So now send him that thing, you know. And I understand that if you got one squeaky wheel that's like on your ass and driving you crazy, I can understand being upset. But I mean, it's, you know, that's the whole point. You took their money, and give them their shit. But
That's the thing. I don't agree with, you know, no offense, Barry. I think that's a pretty broad interpretation of what Kickstarter is. Yes, it is a platform for people to make projects that they would otherwise have the inability to do, but that in no way means that it's a platform for people who don't know what the hell they're doing to put up any old shitty, shoddy idea and hope that with the hopes that people are dumb enough to give them money. Like I do not think that was the intended purpose of Kickstarter. And unfortunately, you know, I mean, like we're seeing, like, right, it's like record attendance for every con everywhere. Look at the Essen games. It's the most, isn't it like the most games ever that's been released at Essen, and it's also like the most games ever that were released at Gen Con. And you look, and it's not like there's a lot of really good games that are coming out. It's just that there are 25 gazillion Kickstarter companies, and that is where a lot of this is coming from. I mean, you know, I have a Kickstarter company, so I mean, one could make that. Well, I mean, you know, but the difference in like me versus a guy that puts up a half-baked project, you know, like our graphic designer is flying in on Friday for the weekend, so we can map out our whole 2016 catalog, which consists of 5 games that are already in the works right now. So I'd like to think we're a little bit above, you know, some of these sort of fly-by-night operations, but, you know, maybe to other people we're not. So we try to be good. We try to be, you know.
Well, is anybody backing the guy that you were talking about that had the RPG that just had a piece of text on the front?
No.
Okay, then the audience is going to vote with their wallets.
Right.
So, you know, it is their platform. They might suck at it, and they're not going to get any money, but that doesn't mean that, you know,
they shouldn't be able to do it.
That they shouldn't be able to do it. It's just.
Well, I'm not saying that they might be able to do it. I'm definitely not saying they shouldn't be able to do it. My point was that there are so many people doing it now that it's very hard to tell.
Exactly. It turned into a business.
The signal noise ratio is too high. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, and it's extremely hard to tell. So whenever there becomes like we reach this sort of break point where there's enough of those types of projects out there that people are just like they have an automatic aversion. You know, I see that where it's like, oh, you guys did a Kickstarter? Ugh. You know, like what do you mean? Ugh, like our Kickstarter backers were like 30% of our overall sales of all of our games. Like, we do much better in retail than we do on Kickstarter. But to some people, it comes with a stigma, and I think it comes with a stigma partially because of the disproportionate amount of people that are using Kickstarter frivolously. Is that a more articulate way of putting it?
Yeah, no, I think you explained it well. My counter argument, I guess, and I don't even want to call it an argument, my observation and why I didn't back anything on Kickstarter until this calendar year was that the Kickstarter project. Poor. Yeah, no, I have sadly been the exact same level of poor for a number of years now. Nothing really has changed there. The thing was that a lot of games that looked like they were going to be excellent because they had artwork and they had graphic design work ended up being really bad in the early days of Kickstarter.
Name me one.
Miskatonic School for Girls. Terrible game.
That was garbage. Name me another one.
Huge pile of garbage. But what was the other one that my buddy was just talking about? I didn't Kickstart anything back then, so I didn't have a lot of experience personally with it, but I've heard a lot of horror stories about how this game is just bad. And I think that thing sort of resonates in people's heads. Nowadays, the trend has changed, but there's a lot of people that still have that stuck in their craw. And you can't really blame them if they got burned how many times?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I think that's a more than valid point. And it's that's really like a big part of it, right? Like Seth Jaffe talks about this type of stuff from time to time. I believe he's talked about it on the show, where it's like these games are not going through any sort of editorial process. They're not going through any sort of development process. So it's like a guy who played this with his handful of friends, and all of them were, jumping around in circles saying how wonderful it is, so therefore it deserves to be made. And, making a game is a lot harder than finding an artist. And there's many games that are out there. I mean, I scratch my head all the time. There's games that I've played that are, six-figure, multiple hundreds of thousands of dollar projects, and I'm like, how the hell did this even get made? And there's people that think that about my game. So, I guess it's all sort of semi-subjective. But as a person who's trying to evolve out of the world of Kickstarter, I hope that people can see that there's a little bit of a difference in what we're doing and some of these other people who are sort of just trying to cut their teeth on it.
Why would you want to evolve out of the world of Kickstarter? When you have established companies like Queen that are more than willing to take the money, why should Action Phase Games do it? Do you think and I'm not saying this to be cruel, I'm just saying I don't think that there's this contingent of fans out there that are going to say, "Oh, well, thank goodness, Action Phase Games is finally not using Kickstarter anymore. I'm going to go buy more of their games now."
Well, no, the answer to that is it has more to do with relationships with distributors. So, like, just what I said earlier, where Kickstarter represents a third, if that, of our overall sales of a product, then the distributors are obviously, now granted we're getting the lion's share off the Kickstarter, but we're still making a constant amount of money off of the distributor. So we obviously want to try and maintain positive relationships with those distributors, and part of that is not, they definitely don't like Kickstarter. A lot of them do not like Kickstarter because you are taking the lion's share. We are,
Can I jump on this? Because I'm getting the completely opposite vibe. I talked with many executive distributors. They actually judge games. Some games, they judge them by how many backers that you can get. So they have, test the food, and they know how many interest you generated before it comes to retail. And nowadays, if you don't have enough backers, they might not pick the game up. It's quite the opposite way right now. They are looking everywhere. The buyers and the distributors looking at Kickstarter right now. If the game doesn't work well and doesn't get enough buzz, they won't buy it. If you get a lot of buzz, they will buy it for sure. They will like contact you on the same day. So I don't feel like that. You know, distributor knows the game, knows that those guys will get the game before the stores, telling others about the game, spreading the word. You know, the market is massive. You know, if you have like 1,000 backers, it's nothing. You know,
I mean, if you look,
retailers.
I don't know which distributors you're talking to, or if like the distributors other outside of like Alliance, like here in the U.S. like I don't know, like a year and a half ago, there was like
they change. They change a lot. I just had a meeting like the other day.
Are you talking?
They have guys.
Well, here's, and I don't want to step over. I don't want to step over what Barry's trying to ask. And Barry, if I'm wrong, please ask your question after I'm done talking. But is that perhaps like a European distributor as opposed to an American, or I mean, I don't know.
Just America.
Okay.
All right. What was your question?
That's what I
was at all times on Kickstarter.
Oh.
And they changed because 2 years ago, what Travis says is right. They like come to me and they ask like the same distributor. He told me that if you will have more than 500 backers, then I won't buy your game. And nowadays he told me if you have at least 700 backers, then I will buy your game. It's like turning around.
But Elad, how many games have you made? I think that you like for a guy that has only 4 games and that don't, like 2 of which are being made right now in China. I do not think that is accurate at all. And I mean, I was just at the Alliance trade show, and one of the primer things that the Alliance said was, if you are a Kickstarter-based company, do not bring that up first, because retailers do not want to hear that, because they make the automatic assumption that you have already sold the bulk of what you are going to sell to your backers. So, I mean, if I'm going to a trade show that has, hundreds of retailers for that region, and they're telling me this, that the actual distributor is making that statement, I think that says something.
I think it's I don't know if it's old school because it's just 2 years, but suddenly you have retailers that think that way. But I can tell you that buyers and professional store owners doesn't think like that. They have they like the buzz that Kickstarter does. They know that they have already copies nearby with players playing the games, so they know about the game. Right now, if we didn't have those kind of fans getting play the game, so that retailer never knew about this game. So it's.
I mean, it's funny because like I'm pretty good pals with the guys at Cool Mini or not, and I'm also good pals with the people that represent them in distribution, and their retail sales are not, except for on Zombicide, are not representative of what their Kickstarter sales are.
Because the price tag is tremendous. But I'm talking like a $40 game, $50 game, MSRP.
I mean, I think it's all relative. I think it's all relative. I mean, if you look at most statistics on Kickstarter, most Kickstarters, the majority of their consumers over the lifespan of the game are their backers. There are some that go outside of that exception, but there are plenty. I mean, I work for a little 4-store chain as a part-time job, and I can tell you right now, there is a stigma for this chain to buy games that are Kickstarter-based games. And yes, it was an older. I do think that the attitudes are changing, but to say that attitude is gone, I think
it's not gone.
Accurate at all.
But it has a good. I don't know if it's a good transition because I don't know. I don't have to say good things about Kickstarter, but in all process, it is a tough process to handle, but you have good things about it and bad things about it, and you need to accept both when you go ahead with this. So I'm looking at the upside is much greater, and I'm sure some retailers will not buy the game, but if the game has a good buzz, he will change his mind, and store owners change their mind a lot. And by the way, this is another disturbing thing. The downside in Kickstarter, they have like, I don't know, 1,000 new games this year. So the store owner looks at it and it doesn't know how to judge if a game is good or not. So some of those retailers actually look on Kickstarter and see how good they were accepted. And then they can buy or not based on that, which is kind of crazy because it's not an actual fact, but they never heard about the game. They don't have a copy. They don't have anything. Some of those games doesn't have like rules or don't know about the game, nothing. So they have new games coming up. They have like 100 new games this month. And what do? So they open Kickstarter. They open BGG. They search, and they get the buzz. And most of them are changing their opinion. And sure, there will be always guys that will be stubborn and tell, oh, it's a Kickstarter, I will never buy this game. For my store, I will not support it. But I don't know, they need to change their attitude because they won't be able to buy wider range and they cannot sustain, be in business because they don't know what to buy or what not to buy.
Sure, but Kickstarter, like the consumers are like retailers and consumers are being crushed under the weight of every person deciding to take it into their own hands to become a publisher. And trust me, like I live in a very gamer-centric city where there's actually quite a few published, like a lot of published game designers here, people that work in the industry, and I cannot count the times I've talked to someone who's had a Kickstarter and then they were successful, and as soon as they started to have to do the logistical part of it, like they might have designed a great game, but they don't have business savvy whatsoever. So they don't. A lot of people don't understand. Like, oh well, I wanted to make my game. It's a good game, and it wouldn't have come out otherwise, or I would have had to have gone through the publisher, review process in order for it to come out. They've taken it into their own hands to just sort of skip through that process, which, and a lot of the times the quality. I mean, I definitely think the quality of games is suffering from the gout of Kickstarter games that come out. I mean, I don't even play games anymore. All I do is play prototypes and fix games that we're working on publishing. That's all I do, and I see so many bad. I mean, just games like how did you think that, like this was a game like in the first place? I'm not going to name names or anything, but I mean, we're new. We're just starting to take outside submissions, and we see enough that it's like alarming. And sure, we've seen a lot of really good games too, but they still need development. So there's a lot of these games are shortcutting that whole process. They're flooding the market, like they're oversaturating the hobby. Now all these guys are, everyone's buying up booths to the point where there's like no, like, there's guys that are peddling their wares at a show that, like, they might not ever make a game again, but like they got a booth that year, etc. And it sucks for people that are trying to do this in a more sort of structured, legitimate fashion. So I mean, I don't think anyone should be looking to Kickstarter as like the way of the future for gaming. I just think that it's the convenient thing for people who don't want to go through the process.
Hell of a way to put emphasis on the end of your point.
Oh, that's my wife is texting me that I'm being too loud. Anthony Ricano's wife is texting me that I'm being too loud.
Oh, well, that's fair. That makes perfect sense.
Well, that does. So, I mean, in a really weird way.
Travis, you said something earlier that I wanted to touch back on. You said that you believe that the majority of sales for a Kickstarter game come during the Kickstarter process. Is that correct?
I think most Kickstarters, yes. And this is from what I've heard from the people that we work with in distribution and other people I know that work at like some distribution houses.
Okay, and Elad, you think the opposite? You think that Kickstarter is just...
I'm actually on that topic. I think it's correct because most of those games are not I'm not trying to judge games, but they're not good enough to go in retail.
Okay.
They're not good enough. They
Right.
have not the right.
Now are we being too loud?
Oh,
That's okay.
So
The
it's
reason I'm sorry.
it
Go
is
ahead.
not just my opinion, because you have a lot of Kickstarter, right? And they did really well, and then you don't see them anywhere in any store because they are not good enough for the buyer to get a sample copy, played it, and he guess that nobody will be interested, or it will be so not fitting the market, so they will not buy it. And
Okay.
so I agree definitely with Travis that I think, I don't know percentage, but vast majority of them just sell through Kickstarter, and that's it. They print. I know for sure. I have many publishers that just print for those backers and leaving 100 copies left aside so they can sell online or stuff like that. But that's it. This is the entire print lab, which
Okay.
is a good business model maybe, for them. But me or I think like Travis, I'm looking for to get into the market. I want to do good games that will sustain the tough competition and will be
Right.
good enough to be on sale for 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years. So
Okay. The reason that I
I'm
asked
going
that.
to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
The reason that I asked
No,
that
it,
because I wonder if it's, and I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that all the games out on Kickstarter are good. As a matter of fact, I tend to agree with both of you that there's such a glut of them right now that the noise to signal ratio is pretty off. But I wonder if the reason that we're not seeing them in the real market as opposed to just Kickstarter is that the businesses themselves aren't being set up for a long-term play. Like there isn't a long-term plan. There is here, if we raise this much money, we can do one print run, and then we've got this game, and then we're done. And that leads me to wonder if there's an economy issue there. If people are giving or are Kickstarter or setting the pledges low enough that they can't make enough money to bankroll the next game without it, and so therefore it ends up being this nature of one-off and then maybe another one-off and so on, as opposed to forming a quote-unquote real company that could then get into normal distribution. I'm not a publisher, so I have zero knowledge here, but I've worked with publishers off and on over the years, and it seems like the number one thing to become a quote-unquote real publisher and therefore stay in the distribution channels is to have some economic fluidity, so that way you can actually have a company when not just during a project. Does that make sense? Am I way off base here? Or?
No. I think you're well. So I think a rookie mistake. A lot of projects, and I don't think this happens as much as it maybe it used to, because Kickstarter's been around long enough that people can watch and learn.
They're learning. Yes.
Well, and also, people like Jamie Stegmaier that put up all this information, James Matthew or Math or whatever the hell you pronounce his name.
Matthew.
Yeah.
He's just up the road from me.
Oh yeah. So these people provide all this information, and I think that it's helpful for people that are starting out. But ultimately, some Kickstarters will let it's the lunatics are running the asylum. So the backers will be like, hey, we want this. And the person will do it, and they'll do it without getting, checking to get an estimate from a manufacturer, doing any sort of competitive price shopping to see how much something like that would cost. And then all of a sudden, the project's over. They've made all this money, and then, holy crap, the game is, $16 or $17 to produce, and they're selling it for $60 or $50, and they're like, there's no margin left, and and the game is heavy, and just on Heroes Wanted, if the game weighed 5 ounces less, we would have saved $23,000.
So yeah, you should have
bought some helium and just
and,
pumped it into the boxes.
Well, we didn't know that. This was our first project, and we didn't know that. But with regard to freight. And everything across storage, all this stuff, all the way down, it was just for me to ship a copy here is wanted to Canada, like me, if I go to the post office. If it weighed 5 ounces less, it would cost $23, but instead it costs $41. So because it's in the next shipping tier, and you know there's workarounds on that with obviously we got discounts and stuff with working with people like Amazon and things like that. But the actual, you know, when you add 5 ounces up across thousands and thousands of copies of games to put onto a boat.
That would be thousands and thousands and thousands times 5 of ounces.
You are right, Lance. You know.
Well, yeah.
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 Sorry,
So
somebody had to do it.
So sorry, I'm kind of derailing here, but yeah, but so
It's
yes, I
technically
think
a minimum of 30,000 ounces, just so you know.
yeah.
Yay, math.
So there are plenty of people that do not put the proper amount of planning. I mean, Nick and I spent a year just doing research before we even attempted to do this, and like we got all of our ducks in a row, and we still ended up with a factory that screwed up our first run, and you know we didn't do everything perfectly. But the thing that we did well was where mistakes were made, we made sure that they were not visible, and we just paid money to make those mistakes disappear. Like, you know, we basically hired a gaming hitman to clean up our tracks. So
nice.
So yeah, I think that there's a lot of people. I mean, trust me, I know people that have put Kickstarters up without even talking to a factory. Like I have a game. This is what I think it should look like. This is what I think it should cost.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have Panda print it, and Panda's going to charge me 30% more than the next guy because everyone else goes to Panda, so I'm going to go to Panda. Don't get me wrong, I think Panda makes fantastic games, but holy crap, they're expensive.
You got to do your due diligence, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to do all that stuff. I mean, you know, we live in the information age, and God knows there's enough people doing this that you should know someone to be able to ask. You know, ask James from Million Games, or ask Jamie Stegmeyer is extremely generous with his time. You just reach out to him. But there's some people that won't even bother to do that, to put any sort of effort in. So yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I know of a particular Kickstarter that made 6 figures, and the person had no money left over after the game was done. Like I think they might have had to pay a little out of pocket, and they were humongously successful because they did not price things out correctly.
Yep. So then back to the point that I was making is that if these Kickstarter-based game publishers aren't building in, if they're already not building in enough because they're not doing their due diligence, and obviously this doesn't apply to everybody. Obviously, some people are getting it right, but if they're not building in enough of a margin to be able to even necessarily make a reasonable profit for the time and energy they put in, then they're definitely not putting in enough margin to be able to create a sustainable company that can eventually get to the distribution channels, Kickstarter or otherwise. Because if you're going to distribution, does it not make a certain amount of sense that you want to have at least some supply for said distribution in case you get a hit on your hand, or at least the ability to do it on demand if the demand suddenly occurs? I mean, is it almost as much about economics as it is about the quality of the game? Is I guess where I'm going with this.
Sure.
Seems like it.
If I could segue here, I actually asked Lance if I could join tonight. I'm going to send my regular, but I don't know. I always ask his permission, and I just feel like it's courteous. He invited me at Gen Con and said you should be on more often. And I was like, yeah, that's so nice. But it always just seems courteous to ask. So anyway, I asked if I could join tonight. Actually, and I said I got a couple questions that I actually wanted to pitch out there to some pros to get you guys' opinion on. So, and it all actually has to do with the budget for our upcoming Kickstarter that we hope to launch this month. And we got all of our numbers in, and budget is something that's, I mean, it should be important to everybody, but it's hugely critical to me. We do advice like James Matthew and Jamie Stegmeyer and stuff like that, and we've got our advice blog and stuff. Most of the viewers know about that sort of stuff that I've got going on. One of my favorite articles, one of my core articles, is how to build a budget. So, but then when you get to the budgeting stage and you have everything ready and you can set your budget, even within it, you have options. Especially in a project where you're planning stretch goals and you have potential add-ons. Our game is a card and dice game, So then there's like the card option, and then there's the dice option, and then it's instantly expandable, like many small card games. One of the biggest ones in recent past that comes to mind is the agents, where it's like, hey, I have the agents, and then I've got these other cool ideas that like fit in, so there should be expansion-y sort of things. You know what I mean? So I've got all these different stuff, and then there's like the include shipping, what dice. Or anyway, so here are my options. So here's what I got. I've got 3 major options. Option number 1, and I'm just going to go in low to high pricing, and you'll understand all the options and the problems, the decision that needs to be made, or decisions, by the time it's all said. All right. So option number 1. Set a goal for roughly $11,000. Okay, this is super low. This is way lower than a game actually costs to produce and ship. Set a goal for $11,000, knowing that if that's all we manage to do with like 250 backers, and we have a bigger following than that, there's no reason it should happen, but just in case, 250 backers or something like that, then we always can go like the Game Crafter or Print and Play Productions or something in order to get an incredibly small print run to save that difference, and then just pay out of pocket for our overage and costs. So we've got like $6,000 in art alone. So, and then for the dice, the game requires a full set of polyhedral dice. So it actually requires 1 per player, 1 full set per player, and it's 2 to 3 players at base. So if you don't own dice, you've got to buy dice to play it. We happen to also produce dice. There's no lack of smarts behind that sort of setup. There's no reason trying to pretend that there's any mystery to that, but making the two work together. I've long wanted to design a game like this. I had games like this in mind. I had several mechanics, and then once I became a dice manufacturer also, I said, I'm officially pushing this game to the top of the queue to hone and put on Kickstarter. Okay. So at $11,000, there's no producing dice also. At $11,000, I can't put dice as an add-on because I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to afford to produce those. So I have that like 11,000 goal that's like that magical number. It's also part of the segue is that the $11,000 is why people do what things like Travis just talked about, where they go, well, I think the game should cost like $9,000 because that's what I saw other games on Kickstarter up there for. Like, yeah, well, that was Tasty Minstrel Games, and do you understand that if 2 people pledged for it, they could still afford to make it? Like, they've got the funds to do it. There's subsidization that goes on when something like that happens. So anywho, all right, so that's option 1, 11,000. The Game Crafter, if we have to, if we don't hit a big enough number, and no dice. Okay. Next option is 33,500. These numbers are subject to change plus or minus like 10 or 20% as we adjust things, blah, blah, blah. But 33,500 is a current number from our actual budget. That is produce the whole game from quotes from legit full production companies, Panda and other companies. Sure. And use dice from our previous Kickstarter, and people can select from any of those colors. Okay. So it gives plenty of options, but of our following of about 2,800 to 3,300 backers, 1,900 of them are from our most recent Kickstarter for the dice. So a lot of them have already had access to that dice. If they've wanted it, they probably would have done it by now. Most of the funding is dependent on selling just the game and not new sets of dice. And 33,000 is kind of like the upper threshold that you kind of want to hit for a funding goal on Kickstarter. Okay. Option number 3, 46,800. Okay. With a little bit of subsidization, we can now produce 3 full brand new dice set arrangements, because we do have these dice colors. You're probably looking at it on Kickstarter right now. You're welcome to take a look if you're not familiar with Havsy's Dice Bill. So then at 46,800, we can produce 3 brand new dice sets to immediately make available on the Kickstarter. So now the great news is that's like 3 new dice sets, and they're going to be like between like $9 and $12 each, depending how many you pick up, and doing all that
Sure.
final math and how it's going to cost and how much we subsidize in shipping and all that jazz. So that's potentially 33. Say it's $11 each, we'll average. It's potentially $33 more per pledge for people who are picking up the dice with the game. Will be much more likely to hit the 46,000 because there's more room for more pledges. But the $46,000 pledge number makes people's heads explode because they don't believe that that's how much a game actually costs to produce and ship. There's, of course, option number 4, which is like start doing like questionable things that we can manage as a company, but it's questionable things where it's like, well, we'll just, we'll subsidize this much and we'll hope that it pays itself off in retail, sort of thing. We take the hit now from our buffer in our account in order to make it work in the long run, blah, 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 blah. I'm usually very much a budget purist for the sake of education, though. I'm a big fan. Our first Kickstarter, we put out a funding goal of $72,000 because that's how much it costs to make and ship our game. We failed. We had to find new ways to bring it down to 49, and then once we brought it down to 49, it blew up to 90. If it was just worked the first time, it would have been fine, but at 72 scared people. You know what I mean? So, so this is my quandary. How would you go about? What would you suggest? I mean, we could do like the 33,000 goal and subsidize the 10,000 to get the 10,000 plus to get the dice produced, and then pray for the best with the dice.
Right.
It's kind of what I'm leaning towards right now, but at the same time, there's that like, it's the balance of pricing purists, the educational mindset of like, hey, helping people to know what it actually costs to budget, because like that's my background, that's what I want to bring to people and help them out and stuff like that. What do you think?
That was like 7,000 numbers.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but I think I kept up. The basic idea. So let me do a Cliff Notes version, and John, if I'm way off, tell me. 11,000 is bare bones. We can probably print the game, but we might have to take some money out of our pockets. 33,000 is we can definitely print the game. We can include dice, but we can't make any new dice because we're only going to be able to go with what we've already got. And 47 or whatever the 40-something number was, we can do new dice and expand our product line. Right? That makes sense?
100%.
Okay. That's the
Are
Cliff
dice-
Notes version.
Are the dice critical to this game?
They are absolutely necessary to play. If
Are
you
there
have your own
colors?
Option 1 shouldn't even be an option.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, okay, but to be fair, James Ernest did pretty okay with cheap-ass games where he asked people to provide everything at one point early on.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it was a great business model, but it worked. Why the colors of the dice, are they critical, or is it just a player?
Colors don't matter at all.
color per player?
If you got a set of pink and black dice from ChessX, it's going to get the job done.
Okay, so then the question is, why that top one? Just because you want the ability to possibly expand your product line?
No, I really like thematic stuff.
Sure.
So the game, you got to hear the whole thing, but for now you're just going to have to trust me. The game's about fish fighting to the death.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually pretty awesome.
Sure.
So
the D20s are pufferfish? Is that where the thematic comes from? Is that they
nicely
look
done.
like?
You're pretty close.
I'm trying. All right.
So then, the starting fish, there's 3 starting fish. You start as guppies. So there's like the red guppy, the blue guppy, and the green guppy.
Sure.
Well, I would like it if my dice matched my guppies.
But you can't currently put red, green, and blue?
I can currently put red, green, and blue. Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So, problem solved? You already have the colors that you can put in there to match what you just described as the game. Right? Or did I miss something?
You're correct.
Okay.
My hesitation is both the expanding of the product line, which a business and an entrepreneur has the right to do.
Sure, of course.
And the potential for a higher pledge level explosion. If people are paying $19 for the game, and don't get the dice because they already backed me on Halvesies dice, and they already have those colors. I'm doing both me and them a service in the world of happy, fun gaming to provide 3 brand new dice sets. And that they would, of course, they would be different colors. They're not just going to be like, hey, look, it's just green again. You know what I mean? It'd be a different color arrangement. So it's
again, assume that I'm the dumbest guy in the room, which is probably accurate. Thank you for not agreeing with me, Lance. I'm actually slightly surprised. Is there a reason why you couldn't create 2 pledge levels? One for, hey, I already have the dice because I backed your last thing, so give me the bare bones that I need to play this, and hey, I would like more dice included in the game so I don't have to split them up. Could you do both in the same project?
Yeah, those pledge levels are actually already built. They're already on our preview project page. It's just
so then the answer
goal because I got to pay to make the new dice.
Right. I get that. So, but here's my point: if the 11,000 goal was for the bare bones without dice, and the 33.5 was for with the same dice you already have, and it would be 44 to create the new ones. Is there a middle ground somewhere in there where you can assume that you're not going to get everybody that pledges for the new dice, but most people probably will, and so therefore you can lower your target slightly? Is that a workable? Because I don't, I can't see your budget. I don't have any idea where the numbers are. But does that make sense? Because it seems like there should be a middle ground somewhere in between those top 2 tiers. The bottom tier sounds like insanity to me. I would never set a budget where I'm realistically looking at losing money. Because you can't, if it's going to work, it's not necessarily going to overachieve, and I don't know. That the bottom one sounds like crazy time.
Sorry, I'm just have to sign off. Sorry to come in the middle. So have a good luck, and we will talk soon. Sorry, I have to go.
Have fun at Essen.
Yeah, have a good time at Essen a lot, you lucky jerk.
I see your group chat message. The budget is indeed huge. You can't even imagine.
Bye.
All right, good night.
Only you, Lance, would invite somebody on and then call him a jerk.
It was his idea, to be honest.
Not only him. No. But so I don't know. I don't want to. I've never been a game publisher. I've worked with a couple over the years, but like the numbers part of it was definitely not my forte. But it seems to me that I would never set a budget for myself where there was even a realistic chance of me going under even a little bit as a result of it. That just I just wouldn't do that. You want to build it in so that way if you hit your goal, you can do the thing. Not if this is the little goal and we want it to go further so we can do the thing. That just that would scare the hell out of me. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Is the before, the during, and the after. One of the advantages of Kickstarter, I've heard people, I'm sure Travis can attest to this, there are people that gripe at you, well, I don't want to pay to create a game on Kickstarter, I'm pledging for 1 copy, but I'm really buying you 4 so you can sell the other 3 in retail. Like, yes.
Man, we all sound really stupid on Kickstarter.
The reason why it's called, like, funding the dream, like, that's kind of the idea, is you get the thing for slightly cheaper than retail, and then everybody else gets a chance to get it too, and maybe I can pay my mortgage. That's okay.
Yes.
The Pope, I love the Pope. He just visited America, and one of his favorite quotes that he said during his time is that he said, business is an honorable vocation, so long as it creates opportunity and it generates wealth that it's willing to share.
Okay.
That's great. And I intend to, I hope, to create opportunity. One day I would love to have an employee, you know what I mean? Because doing it all by yourself is really hard.
We all want that, man. Even those of us that don't publish games would love to have somebody that we could order around. So I feel you.
Yeah, that's my
I'm ready.
It's just the power trip.
Lance might have one. Lance, do you have an employee?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely positive.
All right. It feels fine. Suck all the
maybe my
humor out of it.
daughter, just because I make her carry
I'm glad we
stuff.
cleared that up.
That's a peon. That's different. All right,
Oh,
moving
okay.
So, Travis, what are your thoughts on it? Because I know you've looked at. I'm certain you've done Kickstarter, so I'm sure you've looked at your budget and you said, "God, I don't want that pledge number to look too high," because everybody knows. I mean, Taster, Michael Mendez will tell you. When you have that, when you have that pledge goal, people love seeing $9,000 or the $9,000, funding goal, and they're like, "We funded in under 3 hours. We're at like 250% funded in 2 days," and everybody sees the 250%, and they're like, "Wow!" And you end up hitting $118,000 because you started with this ridiculously stupid number. But if you start with a number that's reasonable and accurate, then people are, "Oh, well, I'll see if somebody else pledges first, and if we get close enough, then I'll jump on the project." And you're like, "This is."
I mean, for us. It's each Kickstarter has been very different.
Okay.
We certainly have fans, so we have an inbuilt audience, and that helps. It also kind of helps that the last 2 games and this one we're getting ready to launch next week are all sort of different, so it's helping to kind of bring more attention to us, to a wider audience. I can tell you logistically, when we plan things out, we figure out at the very most what would we want to put in the game and what would that cost be. We make sure that we get the estimate, and we make sure we get it within that sort of 3-month period, because I don't know the factories you deal with, but often that can change. The quotes aren't good because the cost of goods for the factory could go up, or it's peak season or something like that. But anyway, we tend to estimate shipping like a couple $1,000 or $3,000 more than normal, because we've gotten sidelined by U.S. Customs and got charged $1,200 to $1,500 for the privilege of having our games be stuck for 3 weeks. We tend to estimate higher for fulfillment with the expectation that something could happen. We usually will factor in like a small sort of delay fund, if you will. So, for example, we've had typhoon avoidance before on a game. So, and
Is that a mechanism?
It sounds like a band name to me.
Typhoon avoidance, yeah. So, and that cost us money because that cost us time. Because really, time is all this stuff when you do Kickstarter, especially if you give yourself lean timelines. It's the same thing. So, I mean, all I can really tell you is you want to figure out what you could manufacture the game for at the most, what you can manufacture the game for at the least, and we usually try to go somewhere above the least and hope that the game does well. Like Scoundrel Society did not do as well as our other games. It didn't fund until 2.5-3 weeks into the project, and we weren't certain it was going to fund at all. It was extremely discouraging, on our previous Kickstarter where we made $45,000 in the first day. But it was a good learning. It was a good learning experience, because we kind of learned to do more with less, which we were just sort of assuming that we were going to kind of glide by like we had on the 2 before. So I don't know, man. I don't know to tell you which product line. Did you say you spent $6,000 on art?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's not good. I could make 5 games for $6,000 that look awesome, that have known artists. So I don't know what you're doing unless you've resurrected Leonardo da Vinci or some shit. But $6,000. I mean, you talk to a big publisher wouldn't spend $6,000 unless it was a major IP.
No, I understand full well that it's not wholly necessary in the industry, but I'm a huge fan of unique art on every card if possible.
Sure. I can get a unique card. I mean, Scoundrel Society had 90 pieces of original art, and we spent $1,300.
What the? Who did you have slave in your basement?
One of the artists is like Paizo, one of Paizo's top artists too. No, you just ask around, man. You talk to people. I mean, 6,000. I'm gonna tell you right now, like I've talked.
80 pieces of art.
$6,000 is probably quadruple what a normal publisher would spend on an art budget, unless it was a major IP. Like that's absurd.
I've totally heard the opposite from other people too. According to that math, you paid $16.25.
You've heard people say they spent $24,000 on art budget, because I can tell you that is way. There's no way that happened.
No, not 24,000. I frequently hear from many people, including I think James Matthew. Don't put the quote in his mouth, but that the art for a game is frequently as much of a third to a half of the cost to produce the entire game.
What?
I've heard that repeatedly.
I can tell you, I interviewed at FFG. I'm pretty good buddies with a couple of the decent-sized North American publishers, and $1,200 to $1,500 gets enforcement for art budget is very, very, very much the norm.
Okay.
I'm talking on like a fantasy flight game that looks slick as hell that has a bunch of cards, because they'll just go on DeviantArt and find 50 Czechoslovakian kids that'll do it for free for portfolio work rather than pay $6,000.
That's I suspect that's an entirely different debate topic, though.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Yeah.
Hey, and the business is an honorable profession, and I created opportunity for my artists.
Sure.
All right.
So either way, okay. So the $6,000 is in your budget, and that's what you're spending on the art. And okay, so whether it's too much or not enough or whatever, it's already there, and that's the thing. So here's what it comes down to. You want to sell a complete game, right? I mean, that's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And but you're afraid of setting the goal too high because you're afraid of how it'll look.
Entirely.
Okay.
My first Kickstarter failed for its very specific reason.
So if you go with your middle goal, which is this is what I need in order to be able to do this without, running the risk of screwing myself out of money, and then you turn around and say, stretch goal, if we get to 50,000, then I can create all new dice to put in your game instead of the original 3 colors. That seems like the easy answer to me.
I like it too. It's a definite consideration that's gone across our drawing board and is still sitting on it.
Okay.
Again, the one hesitation, because I'm the number crunching mathy guy over here,
Sure.
is that is a 20,000 or whatever it would be stretch goal delay on the $30 per pledge coming in.
Okay. But it accomplishes what you essentially want to do, and it does it in a way that doesn't prevent the game from getting produced. It may not give you, and I'm assuming your budget is including enough for you to make some money for all the time and effort you've put into the game, because otherwise we're back to what I was talking about a while ago, which is that nobody's building that in. So let's assume that your budget is creating money for you, and it's creating your game, and then you set the stretch goal to accomplish this other goal that you would love to have but is not crucial to getting your game published. It seems like that would be my answer. That's sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else say something. I'm not the publisher guy. Help me.
I
No,
agree.
you're on your own.
I mean, not to circle back to the art thing, but like,
Oh gosh, here we go.
no, I mean seriously, like if that is one of the, that's a factor that's helping contribute to the cost, and if that's a factor contributing to the cost of your baseline, holy shit! I mean, I don't know that I've spent $6,000 on our last 4 games.
Is that already spent, John, or is that just an estimate that you're going with?
Or is that a quote you got?
Yeah.
Because there's 3 possibilities here.
It is 1/4 of the way through completion on contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, it sounds like that money's spent because you've already signed a contract to spend.
Yeah, it's been, and you know what? I don't want to go back on it.
Right. Okay. So that's a choice that you're making for the publishing of your game, and
I
Travis.
guess my point was more toward the future. I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. I feel like I'm just
for future consideration. I would explore. It's worth even $1,000 to go online and dig and ask and turn over every stone rather than pay.
Travis, I don't know who you're hiring, man. On the King's
Czechoslovakian kids. He told you.
That's not right. Slavery is over. Dude, on the King's Armory, I worked with 20 different indie artists. The most that we paid for a single piece, I think we paid like $70 for one piece, not including cover art. And then,
I mean, you're paying too much because I mean, like Jackie Daly.
We paid on average like $35 a piece on the King's Armory. And
I thought you said 70 was okay. Yeah, I mean
70 was the highest. We paid on average 35, and
sure,
artists were quitting on us left and right because we were. I mean, I don't want to say we were screwing them. We agreed to this. We're both or let's do our best.
I mean, you know, listen, I'm not Hasbro. You're not Hasbro. A $6,000 art budget is absurd. Like, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belabor. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to beat the dead horse here. I'm just saying, for future reference, like if
it makes you feel any better, I just took a look. It's actually 7,000.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, let's not talk about the art budget. I think. Yeah, it is helpful. Right now, there's something that can be done on this particular campaign.
John.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a link in here, and I want you to look at this, okay?
It would be my great pleasure.
And I paid $500 for this. For the art.
Hi, Lance. How you doing?
I'm great.
This is the quietest I've ever heard you on an Alaboom.
I'm actually very. This is interesting. I like listening to this stuff. So.
I can tell you think it's interesting because you haven't said a damn word in like the last 28 minutes.
I'm just absorbing it, and plus it's also I'm looking over a rule sheet as well for a video that I'm working on, and I'm also I enjoy listening to the publisher people talking.
So this is a pretty known artist. Like, this is a guy that when I bust the prototype out, people immediately go, they know who it is. He's done several pretty neat games, and I think the game looks fantastic. The first quote.
Are you talking about Scott Hartman or Quan Chai?
Scott Hartman's Quan Chai.
Quan Chai, okay.
I mean, this right here has 90-something cards, and now, granted, some of this artwork is iterated, but we made sure that when we talked to this guy, you know, and this is a little $20 game, but the art, I mean, I think, you know, we've got nothing but compliments on the artwork. Now, granted, that I'm talking about just illustrations. If you talk about the graphic design as well, we still come in under budget, like way, way, way under what you're talking about. And a lot of the times,
how many unique pieces of art? Because that's what matters. Who cares how many cards there are if you do?
I mean, I can tell you on the one game that I did that had like 60, 70 unique pieces of art, it came in at about $1,500.
$1,500 for 60 pieces of art.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now, what I'm saying is not unheard of. What you are saying is unheard of.
I'm going to disagree with you because I heard of it a lot.
Okay. I'll disagree with you because likewise.
Fair enough.
I mean, I know our mutual buddy Mike Mendez isn't spending that kind of money at Tasty Minstrel on artwork. I can tell you for a fact because I applied for a job at FFG as an associate art director. They're not spending that much money. I can tell you Z-Man budgets aren't that much. I can tell you for sure that that's the case, man.
Is it all right that makes me feel great?
I mean, if it makes you feel great when you're sitting here trying to figure out how you're going to get your game made, then I guess if that makes sense to you, sure.
Because, like, I don't know, it feels like, I don't know, I mean, it would be great if we could all save money and the thing would be easier to produce, blah, 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 but I love I love the notion of paying somebody what they're worth.
Oh, come on, get off your high horse. That's what
It's
you're
not
making.
a high horse. It's an honorable horse. I'm not pushing you off of any horse. I'm only speaking for myself, and that was not a negative comment towards you. If that was misinterpreted, I do
But I mean, it sounds to me like you either don't know how to negotiate or you're hiring the wrong people. I mean, if you want to be honorable and you want to be, I don't know. I mean, that's fine. Whatever. Whatever. Like, you got your information. I don't agree with that information. You're trying to figure out your bottom line, and I'm telling you that I would have tried to chop something out of that bottom line when it comes to artwork. And I'm sure you could have found someone that's better than what you're getting for less, because that's the truth.
Well, how about you give me some referrals then?
I mean, it sounds like you're hiring people out of market. Like, whenever I talk to people that are talented artists and they've not worked in games before, their quote is always some, especially concept artists. Let me give you an example. My first game, Infamy, I found this guy and his artwork was perfect. I got a hold of him. I said, I need six like landscapey type pieces for a map, and he said $450 a piece, and I said, I have a $400 budget, and he said $475, and you have to use one from my portfolio, and I said fine. So this game I just showed you the link. The guy wanted double originally, and I said no, I can't pay that, and then we found a way to compromise and still get what we wanted, and he got what he wanted, and we found a way to iterate the artwork, and it still looks great. I don't know exactly what your game entails, but there's workarounds on that stuff, and it is a place. I would not start. I'm saying to you as a friend, I would not start down the path where you think that spending that much money on a game that you're not printing 50,000 copies of is not a logical or wise business decision, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But I will stop talking about artwork now, Bill.
Hey, it's not my show, man. You can talk about whatever you want to. The only thing
Here's the stats for now. I mean, we're so freaking deep into it. All right, I have the $7,000 budget is for 148 unique pieces of art, including box covers and all graphic design, across a 58 or so card game and a 60 to 70 cards worth of expansions.
Okay, so it's not. So let's clarify. The $7,000 is not just the base game. You're also buying ahead and to be able to expand the game in the future.
During the Kickstarter.
During the Kickstarter. Okay. All right. But the long and the short of it is that this money is spent, right? You've already spent this because you signed this contract, and so this is what you're working with. Whether Travis's advice is good or not, and I'm
not saying it's not good. I look forward to it.
No. And neither am I, because I don't know thing one about this. I know a couple of artists, and I know what they've said about art, but I don't know. I don't have a firm opinion on this. But either way, the money is spent. That's in your budget. That has to be accounted for this project. Period, full stop. Okay, so having said that, it seems to me that what you need to do is you need to make the game first, and then the things that you would like to do, the new dice or whatever, are a thing that you would like to do but are not crucial to get the game into print, right?
Correct.
Okay, so do the thing that you need to do to get it into print, and then if you have a successful Kickstarter, then you can set this as a stretch goal. Hey, this is, and you can even announce it right out the gate. This is what we would really like to do, but this is what will get the game into your hands and make an awesome gaming experience for all of the consumers. Because as a consumer, now I'm going to take off my any other hat that I may have been wearing for a second there. As a consumer, I want a good game that isn't butt-ass ugly on my table. Okay, I don't care if every component is perfectly thematic. I've been pushing cubes for a long time, and I'm used to some components not being, ideal. But I want a good game that isn't completely insanely ugly and doesn't feel like I paid way too much money for what I got. Those are the three things that I look for in a game purchase. Is it a good game? Is it pretty? Did I pay the right amount of money? And if you can get that balance at your lower of your two budgets and still have a successful Kickstarter, then that's, to me, a no-brainer. And then set stretch goals, Okay, if it gets above this point, then we can add this. And if it gets above this point, we can add this. And if you've already got the expansion done, you can do the add-on things that I rail against all the time. Whatever you want. I hate that. Sorry, but that's a whole different critter. But, just get your game published and do it in a way that doesn't force your consumer base to feel like they're not getting the full product when they spend the money. And that's really what it comes down to. And as far as scaring people off with too high of a goal, if you've got the consumer base that it sounds like you do, because it sounds like you've got a built-in, I don't want to use the word fan club because it makes it sound like I'm making fun of them, but you've got the people that are already fans of your work out there, then it seems like it should work regardless of what that number says at the beginning or not. Doesn't it? I mean, am I way off base here?
I don't think so.
It seems like that's just, get the game published. And yeah, I as far as the people that set these ridiculously low goals right out the gate, that actually worries me as a consumer. This is something I wanted to touch on a while ago. If you tell me that this great game is only going to take you $9,000 to publish, I'm suspicious right out the gate, because that doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't sound like you can't produce. I'm gonna look at the Seventh Continent because I want to throw a huge guilt trip on Lance for costing me $100 last week.
Damn you, Lance.
Damn you, Lance.
Mm-hmm.
Their initial goal was $56,000 for what is essentially going to be a huge game, right? Like, as far as I can tell, this is looks like a Caverna / Fields of Arle sized box just as the base game. So it's a brick that they're sending you for $56,000. That is, to me, feels right. It feels like, okay, we're giving you a big game, we need a big amount of money. If you're selling a card game, then I can buy a smaller, goal. But if you told me, if they had set the Seventh Continent's pledge goal at $12,000, I would have immediately assumed that somebody's full of crap, right? Because you're not going to make that game for $12,000. So, I mean, maybe I'm the outlier here, but it seems like having a crazy low goal just to entice people to back the game doesn't sound realistic to me as a consumer.
No, I don't. I mean, I think that could flag as you don't know what the hell you're doing.
Exactly.
Or it could flag as like a project that might be doomed or a poor investment because of whatever. So yeah, I mean, I totally understand that rationale.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going that far into the meta of I don't want to set the goal too high because I don't want to scare people off, then let's go all the way into the meta and say, well, what is the perceived value? Because let's face it, that's a big part of what makes games work, right? Is not only how much does it actually cost to make, but how much does it look like it's worth? That's a big thing. People get cranky when they get charged $60 for a game that's mostly air. Anyone heard of Splendor? It's a fine game, but how many times have we heard about it being a box of air? And that's a constant point supposedly against this game, which is, for all intents and purposes, a solid game. Might not be everybody's cup of tea. I don't remember. Lance, do you hate or like Splendor?
It's okay.
You're neither. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play it if somebody offers because I know it's like it'll be done in 20 minutes.
Sure. Okay. But there's a perceived value there, right? Like, did you get your money's worth when you bought it? Maybe. But a lot of people, like to gripe. Or Machikoro, great example. It's a card game that came in the biggest box in the universe.
No. Machikoro is an event.
Oh, okay. Sure.
And to be fair, I own the Japanese version of Machikoro, and it came in a much smaller box.
Yes.
So,
right.
Anyway, go ahead.
But you see what I'm saying, though, is that there's this perceived value that comes along with the size of the box. It comes along with the cost. And if you charge somebody $60 for a game, they expect a $60 game. Whereas, and if you tell them that it's a $20 game and you show them a big old box, then they're like, really? It's all about managing that perception in the consumer base. And I don't know. To me, I would be suspicious of a big box game that only wanted 11 grand to get published. That's just me. That would flag for me faster than saying, "Ooh, it's 400% funded already," but they only asked for $37.23. Well, go them. I still, I'm not gonna back that. So, I don't know. I'm rooting for you, man, because I'll tell you right now, you were absolutely correct when you sensed that I was looking at my other monitor and looking at stuff and checking up on you there, because I absolutely was. And I remember when the King's Armory first got talked about, and I remember wanting to try it because I thought the idea of a cool modular tower defense game was kind of slick. Still haven't played it. I don't know anybody that owns it. Maybe I'll buy a copy. You might have just sold a copy by talking at me for an hour straight. But it looks like
I could use my funding goal by $70. So
nice.
I'm sensitive parent with you, Bill. We just got to talk to you about a game long enough, and you're sold.
And you guys wanted to know why I've been the same level of poor for this many years. This is exactly why. Make the mistake of talking to people, and they're like, Lance, how did you phrase it last week? Just, Bill, don't worry about it. Go click on the thing and spend your $100. I believe that's exactly how it went.
Well, yeah. I mean, just be done with it. I mean,
Right,
I still haven't done it, but I mean,
What? What?
Which one are we talking? Are we talking about the others, or which one are we talking about?
Seventh Continent.
Seventh Continent.
Oh, they're sending me a copy. So.
Lance gets copies for free. He doesn't
back it.
Yeah, he doesn't. So, what is the worst thing that would happen if a Kickstarter failed? I mean, can't you just learn from your mistakes and reboot in a month or whatever?
That's what I did the first time.
There's a perceived nobody ever lets their Kickstarter fail anymore unless it's their first time in the game, and everybody quits, with a few days left, because there's a perceived.
It's a terrible idea.
Well, you say it's a terrible idea, but why do established companies do it constantly? Because there's this weird perceived. Like if you actually have a game, because you can't delete it, you can't get rid of it, and so if it's sitting out there like a sore thumb, people see it and then they say
no. Look, established companies are trying to save face in this sort of like something or other.
I don't think that's it.
Company, look, here's my opinion. If you're an established company, which I don't consider myself, okay. In the grand scheme of things, I made a game and some dice, and I'm working on becoming an established company, but I'm still new. You know what I mean? I think Travis is on the tipping point. He's probably established by now. He's got a legit booth at Gen Con. That's a step in the right direction. It's signs of these things. He's got multiple games, right? So, but like Minion games or Queen games or whatever, they've got like a bajillion games out. They're trying to save face. Otherwise, when you have backers that have put their faith in you and you've drugged this thing out to 2 or 3 days left, I feel that, one, you owe them the duty of running it into the ground. Just canceling it to be like, oh, well, we decided to cancel early. Number 2, the number of backers that you get that show their faith in you in those last 48 hours, I will preach it till the day I die, because on our first The King's Armory, we made so much money in pledges, which we never got, because we got so many new friends in that. And I'm looking at you guys in that last 48 hours who said, "There's no frickin' way you're going from 30,000 to 72 in the last 48 hours." And I'm pledging right now. We had somebody who upped their pledge from $50 to $1,000. And he knew he wasn't giving me his money, but he was like, "I want you to understand how much I believe in you, and that I am standing by you, and I want you to know how badly you need to reboot this thing." And the relationships and the number of backers that we gained in those last 48 hours for a young and new company, you've got to be insane. You've got to be insane.
I don't know, man. I'm looking right now at Folklore: The Affliction that failed, that is now almost at double. I'm thinking of what was the whaling game that Dice Hate Me did?
New Bedford.
Yeah.
New Bedford that failed and came back and annihilated and was like one of the biggest games for that stretch that it was on. So
Did they fail or cancel it?
well, it's the same thing, right? Except that they
It's
can't.
another
Well,
nice button.
People
I've
saying
seen
the perception thing.
ones that are succeeding cancel. So I mean, just
That's a good choice. That's a good choice. If you're succeeding and then you realize, well, like there's crazy people who put a game on there for $9,000 and then they raise $14,000, but they really need $30,000 and they're like 6 hours out and they cancel. Please, thank you. You realize that you don't actually have enough money. That's okay. I'm all right with that. But yeah, no. And just because somebody clicked cancel and then funded afterward, I mean, that's not an indicator that that was a good choice to have canceled. It just means that you could still reboot and still fund. That's not an indicator of anything with regard to.
John, I'm convinced that if I like tore your shirt off, you have like a Bizarro logo on your chest. Everything that you are saying is contrary to everything that I know and have learned in the last 3 years in this industry.
Yeah. Well, then, I don't know. Mirror. I'll hold up the little mirror. I don't know.
It works for you, man. More power to you. But anyway, about this artwork. So.
Oh God!
Oh, Jesus.
Oh God! Please, son of a. No,
Uh,
I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm rooting for you, John. I want to see this game happen, if for no other reason than I want to see the exact anti-Travis publish a game and see where it ends up. 'Cause that sounds...
When did I become big tobacco?
You published more games, so therefore you're the big one of the two.
Who knows? Maybe the one we put up next will fail. Who knows?
Or will you cancel it?
I would cancel it. Yes.
Please, I'm not.
no.
trying to
There's a
pick a fight.
there's a weird stigma if you have a failed Kickstarter. People say, well, there's a reason why it failed. There's a weird mentality. I'm not saying that the situation wasn't different for John. I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
I have heard that from Kickstarter after Kickstarter after Kickstarter that cancel. We're going to cancel. We're going to regroup. We're going to retool, and we're going to come back 6 months. And you know what? The ones that actually do that, they almost always fund the second time because they take what they learned. They keep in contact with the people that were interested in their game. And then they come back, and they just have do a better job of it.
Yeah, I think that's all part of that perceived value thing that I was talking about a few minutes ago too.
Yeah.
Is that if you get a black eye on your company's resume, whether it's deserved or not, people remember. Oh, this is the company that ran that unsuccessful Kickstarter, and now they're back asking for money again. I don't know.
Well,
you're right, Bill. You're right. That's completely 100% true. I mean, and once again, it kind of come back to what we were talking about early. There's so many games, there's so many projects, and people have to choose. They have to pick and choose what they're going to back. So it's like, do I want to back the horse with the broken ankle, or do I want to get another cool mini game? So like. That people are gonna make that choice, and some people are gonna go one way, and some people are gonna go another.
I should point out that if you're, this is our article number 1 on my Kickstarter advice columns on our website. But I should point out that, I agree that canceling is the way to go if you're failing miserably at the start. If you had a good run and you've made it to like 3 days out and you're considering canceling, I don't think that's where I say no. If your first 4 days you've raised 4% of your Kickstarter, it's okay to go home. Don't sit here for another 28 days trying to figure out whether or not somebody's going to show up. Something's obviously horribly wrong, but I say when you've had a good run and you've made it to the last 3 days,
I'm looking.
The ground.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm done. That was the end of my sentence.
I'm looking right now at the 26 things that I have backed in this calendar year. Let's see, 28. 22 of them in the past, 26 current. Farspace Foundry is the one that's jumping out at me here. They had a $25,000 goal, and they ended up getting $42,000. But if memory serves, and I'm sure there's a way to look this up, and I don't feel that smart at 1 o'clock in the morning. But if memory serves, they hadn't even funded yet with 3 days to go. Like, they were short until that last few days, and then all of a sudden it went nuts, and like they doubled their pledges. Does that sound right to anybody else?
Sounds normal.
I don't know about normal. They had a couple really media-savvy people on that project.
I mean, the 48-hour burst is, I mean, that's, which project are you looking at?
Far Space Foundry.
There has been no discernible pattern in any of our Kickstarters except that we have a giant push in the beginning, except for the one that I was talking about. So,
it seems to me that there are a lot of giant pushes at the end on a lot of them as well. But it depends on the people. It depends on the people that are involved in the project. Like Dan Manfredini is reasonably socially active. Adam McIver is incredibly socially active. Social media, I mean. You know, these are people that can work the Twitters and therefore get people to pay attention. So I think that's a big part of it too, right? Is how good are you at getting the word out?
Sure. I mean, and you know, everybody loves an underdog. People want to see, I mean, people like being a part of that success story when they can be part of that success story.
Absolutely.
Our first Kickstarter was very much the sort of, I want to say cliche, but I guess it's not the right term. Like, we did very well. You know, we had the very big beginning, we had a very big end, and we had like a lot in the middle. But our next Kickstarter was the complete opposite. It was, we made half of our money in the first day, and there were over the course of the next 2 weeks, we lost money on some days. We'd lose like $300, or we'd lose $70, and then we'd go up $300, and then toward the end and then over the course of those 3 weeks, we did make money, and then we had like a little bit of a push at the end. The next Kickstarter limped along, and then just barely funded. And then the Ninja Camp, the last one we did, it was defied logic as well. It did better. It was making like almost $1,000 a day every day, a week after it started. So we had like a $4,000 something first day, and then we funded in the first 6 days, I think. And then after that 6th day, we continued to make more and more money every day, steadily. And in the last day, we only made a few $1,000s. I think actually our 5th to last or 4th to last day was better than our last day. So I mean, it's not a perfect science. I mean,
yeah, it definitely isn't. One of the things that, just as a little experiment for my own edification, is I just went on Kickstarter.
Your last 2 days on Ninja Camp are huge.
What's that?
I said your last 2 days on Ninja Camp are huge.
But I'm talking about through the whole project. If you break it down by, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember us being like, we were surprised that it didn't do, it wasn't compared to, let me pull it up.
Your second to last, I'm on KickTrack right now looking at your stats. Your second to last day was almost exactly equal to your day one, and then your last day was the same. I mean, KickTrack has this like.
No, I'm in there. Okay, so yeah, I'm misremembering. I might be thinking about the Heroes Wanted expansion, or I might be totally wrong. We thought we were going to get bigger numbers, but if you look through the whole middle, like, we were really consistent. Basically, roughly $1,000. I mean, like, there's that one, like on the 5th or something, the 4th or the 5th, we made like $1,500 and then $1,500. It was a really odd Kickstarter, and we weren't putting like a ton of work into advertising or anything. We put up a Kickstarter during Gen Con too, which is, people say, is just a horrible idea, and it totally worked for us.
Yeah, I think, I mean, from a consumer standpoint, again, like Bill said, taking off my other hats, just taking a 4-second look or less at Scoundrel Society versus Ninja Camp. I mean, there's no question about which one's going to succeed better. You know, the art and the theme are respectfully both notably better. Well, the art, for my opinion, the art's notably better in Ninja Camp, and then the theme is way more gamer approachable across the board for Ninja Camp than Scoundrel Society. So I mean,
in hindsight,
to me that one did way better.
Well, Scoundrel Society 2 doesn't play 2 players, and that's a big no-no.
Oh yeah.
So it played 3 to 5, and that affected it.
Hey, you know, and good for you for making a game like that, because there are probably a lot of people who give you crap, and we're like, "Ew, why doesn't you play 2 players?"
You want to know a funny thing? Nick figured out, my partner figured out how to make it a 2-player game on the last day of the Kickstarter.
You know what? But stay true. Stay true.
Too late. The two player is actually really good. He just Scoundrel Society. We designed Scoundrel Society in 2 weeks and developed it over 6 weeks. Now remember, this is what we do full time. So 2 weeks for us is like months for most game designers that are working full time jobs. Like we were throwing 10 hours a day at it, 3 days a week, and just working on it. So Scoundrel Society was kind of almost like a dare. It was like Nick came on full time, and we're like, let's see how quickly we can make a game. We had already had the idea around for a while, but we just sort of attacked it. And the art on that one, there were 2 artists. One of them is really good, and the other one is good, but she was newer to stuff. We did not probably get the best out of them. I think the game is pretty. I think the theme is lacking. If we would have made it like you're stealing shit from a Cthulhu mansion, it would have probably made $100,000.
Yes.
But now you're invoking the whole Cthulhu thing. That's almost not fair.
Well, I made the idiotic assumption that millennials would know what the movie Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is, and I was proven wrong very quickly. Anybody like over the age of like 30 years old, we're like, oh, is this like Dirty Rotten? Immediately, just like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, and then like you'd show it to like a 22-year-old, and they're like, what is this like? Does this take place in like the 80s or something? It's like,
I'm so old. Every time somebody says something like that, I just feel like I'm aging as we speak, which I guess I am.
I was talking to a friend of mine called me today, and he was having some relationship turmoil, and he still lives in New York City, and he's still, in what I call the upgrade capital of planet Earth in terms of lifestyle stuff. And he's just like, well, what is being a parent like? And I'm like, I think about dying every day.
That should not be your first answer.
No, but I went on to explain why. It's just because I look at my daughter and I'm just like in wonder that she exists, and it's kind of like it makes me very cognizant of my own mortality. Needless to say, I don't think he'll be having kids anytime soon after our conversation.
Having kids makes you feel like you're dying. That's his takeaway.
That's it. Yeah.
No, I get that. What Travis is saying, actually. Not that I consider like my son turned 4 today, and it just
happy birthday.
Well, actually yesterday now, but like he's just like this awesome little dude, but I mean, like. It's like it is a weird grasp. Like when you're young, it's like you don't really think about dying. You don't think about what happens after you die. You don't think about what's going to go happen afterwards. And it's just like, and that's the reason why like the only time you really ever think about it is like right before you fall asleep, when you're just lying there, because there's nothing else. You have no other stimulus. Nothing's coming in, and so your mind can just kind of wander, and you start thinking about things, and you start thinking about, and that's when you're like being the most honest with yourself. I mean, I'm going to get a little bit adult here, so if you're watching with kids around, there's like I had a professor in college 2 times in your life where like you're really, really honest with yourself. And one is when you are having sex, you're being physically intimate with somebody that you trust. And he said, and the other is when it's like there's nothing else happening, and you start really thinking what's going to happen when you die. And he said, and both of those, he said, can be very scary situations under the right situation. And it was like kind of like this weird thing where he said this, and I started thinking about it. And because for the most part, like when you, and this is, we're getting a little heavy here, but for the most part, when you're going through your work and you're trying to get crap done, you know, your kids are, you get home, you got to cook dinner, you got to talk to your wife, what's going on tomorrow, what do we got this going on? You have all this stuff going on, and it possesses you, and it just kind of, it is you, but like there's other than that, but like, you're never really so focused. I mean, it's like, yeah, today at work was a really horrible day at work for me because I had to just sit there and be focused on my task, and it was a very long, arduous task I took care of. But I still had other things going on that like intruded on that. Mm-hmm. But it's like, you know, like when my wife and I are being intimate, I'm not thinking about anything else, and I'm not like, God, is the garbage got to go out tomorrow? You know what I mean, I'm not thinking about. I mean, there have been people in my past where I was just like, you know, sure, because I wasn't into it or whatever, but, you know, it's just, and the same thing goes, like, when you're just lying there and you're thinking to yourself and you're just like, geez, you know, it's like, I'm 40 years old, and, you know, I've you know, theoretically reached that halfway point, you know, it's like, I'm propelling myself forward into my destiny, and it kind of creeps you out a little bit. You know, you don't like the idea of, like, you know, not being here in that moment or whatever. And then I look at my son and I see, like, he's just this amazing little dude, and, you know, in a way I'm a little sad that I didn't have kids when I was younger. But then if I'd had kids when I was younger, I would have gone to jail because I would have been with my wife, and she would have been like 14. So, you know, so I wouldn't have been able to enjoy it either. So it's scary, you know. It's like, and then you think about the idea of, like, eventually, I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here to protect him. I'm not going to be here to tell him, you know, the things he needs to know or whatever. I mean, it's like, and then you start worrying about, am I gonna screw this guy up? You know, I mean, you have all these weird fears and ideas and beliefs, and you start worrying about how you're gonna screw him up. And I don't know, it's being a parent is frightening,
terrifying.
Oh, yeah. It is terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. When my daughter was 3 or 4, I was at Walmart with my wife, and my son wasn't even a thought in our minds at that point of our lives. And my daughter played this fun game where she would, like, hide, like, you know, in between the racks of the things, and she could hide, and because she was tall and tiny, and she'd crawl back there, and then and she thought we were playing the game, and she wandered off. We didn't know where she was, and I was like, okay, we're not playing anymore. You need to come out, and she wasn't. And all of a sudden, and for like 10 minutes, I thought I'd lost my daughter, and I was running up and down the aisles in Walmart, screaming her name, and there was like, and my wife ran to the front, and they locked that place down. I mean, there was, nobody was getting out of there. But you start, where is she? Why? And then, I mean, like, I remember, like, I was like, this is horrible, you know. And then your mind wanders through all these horrible scenarios, and and I know that the weird, like, the people that have no souls are going to tell me that, well, that's just the chemicals in your brain, you know, going off, and because of the fact that you have to do that, because, no, I mean, it's just, I don't buy that crap. I mean, it's just like, I was wondering if I was going to find somebody, you know, dragging my daughter away, and I would be going to jail because I was going to kill him, you know, and just like, and you know, and it was this. And then when I found her, you know, when somebody found her, like a person, she was hiding, and she realized that she was probably a little bit in trouble, and she was crying, and I was upset, but I mean, that moment of relief, I mean, it's just like, I'll look back at that moment, and it's absolutely terrifying being a parent, and but it's also, I mean, there's nothing like it. I mean, I once again, I let somebody else talk here, but I remember, like, somebody told me, and I don't look down on anybody for their choices or anything like that. You made your choices, but it really bothers me when, like, somebody thinks they know what something is when they don't experience it. I mean, it's just like,
and you can have a gut feeling of whatever, like I don't think I'd like Brussels sprouts, and I'm just not going to eat them. Okay, fine, whatever. But I've had people say to me that, like, oh, I'll never have kids. And, like, my older sister, she never had children. She never wanted children. But she loves children. She loves my kids. She loves spending time with them because she can, pop in, be an awesome aunt, and then leave, But it's one of those things where, I've had people say, well, I just, how arrogant of me would it be to, like, subject the Earth to more of, a carbon footprint of my existence or whatever, or, just all these things. And, like, I don't want to be, they say, I don't want to give up my independence. I don't want to give up, all these things. It's like, I've been able to, like, travel the world. I've been able to spend my money on what I want. I've been able to do this, that, and the other thing. And they talk about this freedom of not being a parent and how wonderful it is. And then I sit there and I kind of nod. And I said, yeah, I did that for 15 years. I spent my money whatever I wanted. I took trips to, corners of the globe. I experienced other cultures. I did all that. I said, and then I had a daughter. And I wish I could trade those 15 years of having a daughter. I would go back and change and be a dad, for those 15 years if I could, because it's being a parent is the most rewarding thing in the world, and the fear and the aches and the pains and everything are all worth it. I don't know. It's
Lance, I couldn't agree with you more, man. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, you and I have talked about it in private at length before, so I know we're on the same page here. But, I mean, my wife and I, we suffered from infertility for 8 years. 8 years of trying to have kids and not. And that sucks. And
to say the least.
We did it all God's way. We didn't go down any sort of we didn't get any help from doctors, let's put it that way. And
practice makes perfect. Was that your theory? Lots and lots and lots of practice makes perfect.
I once heard a comedian say the best part about having children is making them. So
that was a Rodney Dangerfield
yes,
line.
it is. So anyhow, and then we miscarried our first. So our first is already in heaven, and can I tell you after 8 years how much that sucked? And so losing a child is, well, it's got really deep. And then Little John came along, and now like it's legitimately been everything and more than what I've been looking forward to for 10 years.
Oh, I mean, man, that's awesome.
No, it is. Being a parent is really cool. I mean, if somebody doesn't want to be a parent, then you know what? Then with that conversation with that person, then I just say, I tell them I've done both, and it's better being a parent. But by the same chord, those people are like saying, "Oh, I don't want to have kids." It's like, well, then you shouldn't, because I think, and no offense, but I just think you wouldn't be a very good parent then.
Yeah, if you don't want to, you're going to be a crap parent. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, and I have friends that have had kids because of a dalliance or a whoopsie doodle, and they are not happy that they have kids, and it shows in their relationship they have with their children. And
oh, it's a shame. I know so many people in the same situation that have kids from a result of a lack of self-control or a whoopsie-doo.
A lack of self-control.
Can we be honest? Like, come on. And then that are so excited about their child, that are just like, I can't even believe what my life was like before, and like, yeah.
It is weird how your life just switches. It's just it is like a. Complete? It is like a light switch. Oh, it is. It's just like all of a sudden, but yeah.
A band I used to listen to a lot, I don't really like the direction that they've gone in the last 10 years, but there's a band called Cowboy Mouth, and they're like a southern rock band.
I love Cowboy Mouth. I've seen them live a couple times.
Yeah, ditto, Fred's.
Amy Grant.
So anyhow,
Barry Manilow.
I'm just trying to name off like random Christian bands that I know the names of. So
Oh, that's
POD. POD.
POD is a Christian band, so
Peter's talented. So anywho, one of the lines in one of their songs, totally random, that's Cowboy Mouth, but it says, I can tell them that freedom is a ring around your finger. You know, and he's commenting on like relationships versus marriage and things like that, and like, you know, to all those folks out there that are like, I want my freedom, I want to travel the world, I got news for you. Like, freedom is a ring around your finger, and freedom is children, and freedom is raising a family. Like that's true freedom. Like, that's the glory of it all. Like, have babies, bring them to church, go to the playground, like do it up.
who is honking their horn in the background?
I live next to a parking deck.
Oh, okay.
I don't even hear it anymore. Like, it's like when you have a dog and you first put a collar on it, the jingle, you want to just kill the dog, but then like after 3 days you don't hear the jingle anymore.
Who wants to kill a dog? Who would ever want to kill a dog?
Will Smith.
Oh, see.
Shit just
I
got
don't
dark.
feel like we needed to go there.
See, and that's another thing that I'm kind of worried about is that.
Or he also killed himself at the end of that movie for no reason. So.
Well, no, I'm worried about like my dogs are like getting to that point. Like my oldest dog is like 9, and like I can tell she's just kind of she's a little more slow to get up and not as much energy. She's like the old lady now, and I mean I love her to death. And it's just like, and it's not even. I mean, I will be very, very sad if anybody, if you want to check and see if anybody has a soul, have them Google up YouTube and go to Jimmy Stewart, A Dog Named Bo. He read a poem on Johnny Carson back in like the early '80s, and if you don't have tears like flowing out of your eyes, maybe if you hate dogs and you hate pets, it won't affect you. But if you love dogs, you will be bawling by the end of that poem. It'll be like uncontrollable, and it. Like, the thing is with my dog is like I understand I've had pets before. I mean, this dog is my first real pet that I picked her out, I raised her. You know, she's sleeping at my feet right now because she's waiting for me to go to bed, because then she can go to bed. She doesn't feel safe unless I'm sleeping next to her. And it's just like, when she was a puppy and she would cry, I would get out of my bed and I go and I put my hand like on her on her side, so she would like curl up on my hand so she'd feel safe. And it's like, I know when she passes away, I'll be very, very sad, and I will remember her forever. But I really worry about how my kids are going to handle it. That's another thing tying back into the whole parenting thing. It's like my daughter loves that dog. I don't, you know, she's got, you know, probably good 3-4 years still. But I mean, 4 kids. I just worry about how they're going to handle it.
So about this art budget.
Things get grim here. It's a good feeling, though. It's good to have the feels, as they say. You know,
I was just watching my daughter today. You know, she's a little over a year old, and we have this cat Hobbit that she terrorizes him, but he continues to try and cultivate a relationship with her, but due in part to when at lunch she looks over her little high chair to see if he's on the ground, and then she throws pieces of meat to him. So it's like my daughter at this age is already learning. It's her first experience on how to manipulate another being with some goading them into some sort of or bribing him. It's pretty cute.
That is cute.
It was really cute. I'm just listening to my friend. I'm with this girl, but I think I saw a hotter girl, and I just kind of want to have a hotter girl. I'm like, all right, man, you're like 40. What are you talking about, bro? It's this time. It's like, well, but we have like the same job, and I think that would make us closer. And I'm like, I would never ever date anyone if my wife disappeared, left me, was abducted by aliens, dropped dead, whatever, would want to be with someone that did what I do for a living. There is no way. I 100% appreciate that she is a sanctum away from the madness that is staring at spreadsheets all day and trying to think up how to combine A, B, C, D, E, F, G into different combinations in terms of game mechanics. It's a nice... Shut your damn poor mouth, man.
No, the thing is that my wife always says, if I died, would you get?
Oh, there go the hamsters.
Would you freeze in time? I think he might have just died.
No, I didn't die. I'm right here.
You're moving.
Here, I'll turn it off again.
What 1980s convenience store camera are you using to stream footage from?
Shut your mouth. No, if something were to ever happen to my wife, I would never get remarried. I don't have the time and effort that would entail finding another woman/wife. It would just, I would. Yeah, other than the fact that also I'd be completely and totally heartbroken. I don't know. I found lightning in a bottle, and I'll never find it again. So, there you go. Hey, and it is my wife and I's 5th wedding anniversary today as well. Right now it is. The 8th of October.
Sweet.
Yeah. So like, around 12 hours from now, 5 years ago, I told my wife I'd spend the rest of my life with her. And she said,
didn't run screaming.
And she said, thank goodness it's only another like 5 or 6 years. No. My wife, it hasn't always been wine and roses, but she has a remarkable amount of patience for me, so...
All right.
Yeah, it's getting that time. We had our deep soulful moments. Does anybody
about
have any
artwork?
Yeah, about that artwork.
No, he's gone. He's not even there. Damn it! Son of a... I feel like we have to wait. Yeah.
Does anybody have any other gut-wrenching life moments they want to talk about?
Well, no, because
Not you people.
yeah, no, not even a little bit.
You know what's actually funny? I didn't even think of this till just now.
Monkeys are freaking hilarious.
I think we're gonna actually spend like $3,500 to $4,000 on the John Gilmore game for art and graphic design. I just realized that. Good thing he's not here.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he's gonna watch the replay of this. And at the end, he's going to be like, "That son of a bitch!"
He would. And first of all, he would never use those words.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would call me, so and so or something. Stinging.
Oh, you so and so with your words. But no, John is good people.
Yeah.
I'd feel bad if we stopped while he was still there. He comes back and.
So. How many of you heathens are backing World's Fair 1893?
I am not.
Because you're going to get a copy, or because you don't care?
That's one of those where if I remember, I'll ask the guy. And he might be on the show next week, actually.
Alex?
Yeah.
Or Rand?
I don't know, one of the guys, whatever.
The designer or the publisher?
The designer, I believe.
That'd be Alex. All right.
Yeah. Maybe it's the publisher. I don't know. It's one of the two.
Wow.
Maybe it's both. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, they reached out to me. I gave them my terms. They said no, thank you. I said very good. I said if there's anything else I can do, they could help you get published, I'll be more than happy to do so. And one of those things is being on my show. And they said that would be really neat. We might take you up on that. And
sure.
and so maybe that will happen. It's like I try to, I try to, like, when people
Let me complain about something that happened recently.
Yay!
So-
You haven't
so-
played in like 3 minutes. Go.
So, company person who I've dealt with before contacts me, talks about new project of company.
Mm-hmm.
I say, that sounds really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Company and I have worked together in the past. Company and I have an agreement, as far as how things work between the two of us, where, just as far as me doing a video or,
Sure.
this is something that, like, basically, they're one of the people that, like, I first ever did anything with, like, and this is like 7 years ago. So it's just like it's an existing situation where it isn't just somebody off the street. They're like people that I consider friends and good people.
Sure.
So all right, there's just, you let me know what you need. I'll do the rest. All right. Get email from company, company person who I've barely, if ever, had any dealings with in the past. However, I have, I've always done media for their stuff. I mean, it's just like, if they can get it to me in time and I have availability, I get it done. Never ask for anything in return.
Okay.
Person contacts me and says, let's take some time to think about what exactly you could do for me, and writes this 5-paragraph email about analyzing what my reach is, what I could do, and starts describing to me my strengths, my weaknesses, and not like a constructive way, just kind of well, this just really wouldn't help us if you did this, and this really wouldn't do this. And I just was sitting there thinking, all I wanted to do was make a video about your game. That's all I wanted. And now I'm just yeah, that email is just going to sit there in my inbox, and I'm just not going to respond to it. Because I was just I was just asking you to send me a prototype. I was going to do a video because I want you guys to do well, and I want you, and maybe I could sell you an extra game.
Lance, I'm sitting right here, by the way.
I haven't known you for 8 years. And and I'll never say the company, so I mean, but it's just it's one of those things where it's just you
So and so.
Yeah, you so and so. I just it's the same thing of the people, the vast majority of people, when they say, I'd like a preview video. Okay, here are my terms. Oh, I don't want to pay that. Okay, well, I understand completely. Good luck to you. If there's anything I can do to help you out as far as with, just tweets or Facebook posts or anything, don't feel free to ask. I'd be more than happy to do that. Oh, thank you very much. Just then there's the one out of every 15 that are basically want to tell me that I'm a piece of crap for expecting to be paid for my time. And I just
Travis is right here.
Yeah, I know.
Right here.
And then I just say to him, and in each one I've yet to send out. I have yet to send out a thing where I was going to say, listen here, you little so and so, and because I know that once I've emailed that out, I can't ever take it back.
No, Lance, don't let's not. Have you ever thought of using human bitch instead of so and so? I say that when I get upset. I don't. It has no gender connotation. I
just
make sure to say a human bitch.
And then I remind myself that the vast majority of people that I've dealt with in this industry have been nothing but kind and honest and true and good, and have treated me like they wanted to be treated. And so I just focus my intentions on those people instead.
Well, like you said earlier, it's the way the business is going.
It's the
maximum profit.
I am already dealing with. I've already had my druthers of dealing with entitlements that people that have not been earned. So, but anyway, regardless, I think we are going to shut down before John gets back.
Lance, did you see this link I posted in the chat?
I did.
Since you don't have a respectable sized logo, I had to make that little one.
That's fine. I don't care.
I know you don't. I can tell by how small your logo is.
Exactly. That's why I don't have a website or any other number of things that would increase my brand in some way. I don't know. I am.
Lance, I'm going to make you into a card in the game with John Gilmore, though. I think I'm going to make you the leader of the crazy bearded marauder murderer guys.
Well, there's a stretch. That's cool. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
And we already know what you're going to be on and coming up soon. Your next little baby.
Oh, I cannot wait for that. Actually, if I can somehow get that into a poster, I'm going. That I can hang behind me, and while I do my videos, I will.
I'm looking at this thing called a trailer for a movie called Handjob Cabin, like a horror movie.
I'm not gonna Google that because my wife will look at my search history.
That's why Chrome created the incognito window. Duh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. All right, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's been a slice of heaven, but let's everybody should probably go to bed.
Peace out.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Thank you to everybody who took the time to watch this and who were stuck with us for as long as you did, and just found out about Handjob Cabin.
Hashtag what about that art if you watched all the way to the end?
No, hashtag 6K art budget for life.
Yeah. Oh, and that's totally right, Paul. I should be calling them Joel Eddies. I've been meaning to do that more often. I want to get that trending. Like when you run into an a-hole, like, yeah, so I was looking for a parking spot. I found one, and then freaking Joel Eddy pulls in. Or I was like, yes, this group of kids is sitting outside, being a bunch of Joel Eddies, and just I want to get that trending somehow. But all right, but yeah, thank you for the reminder, Paul. Thanks for staying up with us, buddy. You should be on next week, my friend. Thank you for everybody who watches this after the fact. Thank you, Bill, for coming in. John, you're in absentia right now. I do apologize that you're not going to be around. Barry, got any words of wisdom for the crowd?
Not really.
What about you? What about you, T-Man?
That's you, Travis.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Starts with T.
Yeah, T-Chance.
What words of wisdom?
Yeah. What kind of name is Chance?
Well, I looked up the what's it the.
You obviously have not seen Hard Target.
No.
It's not a horrible. It's a John Woo movie with what's his name, Jean-Claude Van Damme, but his name is Chance in there, and this woman says, "What kind of name is Chance?" And he says, "My mother took one."
That's all right. Not everyone's gonna laugh at every joke, buddy.
Well, that wasn't my joke. That was John Woo's joke.
Yeah, I've never heard of this movie, so it might be your joke.
You've never heard of John Woo?
No, I've heard of John Woo, but you haven't heard of Handjob Cabin, so don't act like
point taken.
Well, yeah, 6 days from now, we are launching Kodama, that's Kodama, the Tree Spirits on Kickstarter, so looking forward to that. You can check it out. We got a BGG page up, and you can check out the artwork and stuff. I just shared the little Kickstarter preview with you guys if you're interested. And that's all that's really awesome going on in my life. My kid is sick, and I don't feel so well myself, so I need to get some much needed sleep.
Yeah, go get that sleep, and we'll talk soon.
Peace out.
All right, thanks, Bill. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, John in absentia, and thanks, Travis.
Yep. Night, everyone.